Section 25 of Cyropedia, The Education of Cyrus by Xenophon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kane Mercer. Cyropedia, The Education of Cyrus by Xenophon. Translated by H.G. DAKYNS. Book 6, Chapter 1. So the day ended, and they supped and went to rest. But early the next morning all the allies flocked to Cyaxares' gates. And while Cyaxares dressed and adorned himself, hearing that a great multitude were waiting, Cyrus gave audience to the suitors his own friends had brought. First came the Cadocians, imploring him to stay, and then the Hyrcanians, and after them the Sacians. And then someone presented Gobryas, and Hystaspas brought in Gadatas, the eunuch, whose entreaty was still the same. At that Cyrus, who knew already that for many a day Gadatas had been half dead with fear, lest the army should be disbanded, laughed outright and said, "Ah, Gadatas, you cannot conceal it. You have been bribed by my friend Hystaspas to take this view." But Gadatas lifted up his hands to heaven and swore most solemnly that Hystaspas had not influenced him. "Nay," said he, "it is because I know myself that if you depart I am ruined utterly, and therefore it was that I took it upon me to speak with Hystaspas myself, and ask him if he knew what was in your mind about the disbanding of the army." And Cyrus said, "It would be unjust then, I suppose, to lay the blame on Hystaspas." "Yes, Cyrus, most unjust," said Hystaspas, "for I only said to Gadatas that it would be impossible for you to carry on the campaign, as your father wanted you home, and had sent for you." "What?" cried Cyrus. "You dared to let it be known whether I wished it or not?" "Certainly I did," he answered, "for I can see that you are mad to be home in Persia, the cynosure of every eye, telling your father how you wrought this and accomplished that." "Well," said Cyrus, "you are not longing to go home yourself?" "No," said the other, "I am not, nor have I any intention of going. Here I shall stay and be the general-in-chief until I make our friend Gadatas the lord and the Syrian his slave." Thus, half in jest and half in earnest, they played with one another, and meanwhile Cyaxares had finished adorning himself, and came forth in great splendour and solemnity, and sat down on a Median throne. And when all were assembled and silence was proclaimed, Cyaxares said, "My friends and allies, perhaps since I am present and older than Cyrus, it is suitable that I should address you first. It appears to me that the moment has come to discuss one question before all others, the question whether we ought to go on with the campaign or disband the army. Be pleased," he added, "to state your opinions on the matter." Then the leader of the Hyrcanians stood up at once and said, "Friends and allies, I hardly think the words are needed when facts themselves show us the path to take. All of us know that while we stand together we give our enemy more trouble than we get. But when we stood alone, it was they who dealt us as they liked best, and we liked least." Then the Cadocian followed. "The less we talk," said he, "about breaking up and going home separately, the better. Separation has done us anything but good. It seems to me, even on the march, my men and I, at any rate, very soon paid the penalty for private excursions, as I dare say you have not forgotten." Upon that Artabazus rode, the Mede who had claimed kinship with Cyrus in the old days. "Cyaxares," said he, "in one respect I differ from those who have spoken before me. They think we should stay here in order to go on with the campaign, but I think I am always on campaign at home. I was forever out on some expedition or another, because our people were being harried, our fortress threatened, and a world of trouble I had, what with fears within and fighting without, and all too at my expense. As it is now, I occupy the enemy's forts, my fear of them is gone, I make good cheer on their own good things, and I drink their own good wine. Since home means fighting, and service here means feasting, I am not in favour myself, said he, of breaking up the company. Then Gobryas spoke. Friends, said he, I have trusted Cyrus's word, and had no fault to find with him. What he promises, that he performs. But if he leaves the country now, the Assyrian will be reprieved. He will never be punished for the wrongs he tried to inflict on you and did inflict on me. I shall be punished instead, because I have been your friend. But if he leaves the country now, the Assyrians will be reprieved. He will never be punished for the wrongs he tried to inflict on you and did inflict on me. At that Cyrus rose at last and said, Gentlemen, I am aware that the disbanding of our forces must mean the decrease of our power and the increase of theirs. If some of them have given up their weapons, they will soon procure others. If some have lost their horses, the loss will soon be made good. If some have fallen in battle, others, younger and stronger, will take their place. We need not be surprised if they are soon in a condition to cause us trouble again. Why, then, did I ask Cyaxares to put the question to debate? Because, I answer, I am afraid of the future. I see opponents against us whom we cannot fight if we conduct the campaign as we are doing now. Winter is advancing against us, and though we may have shelter for ourselves, we have nothing. Heaven knows, for our horses and our servants and the great mass of our soldiery, without whom we cannot even think of a campaign. As to provisions, up to the limits of our advance, and because of that advance, they have been exhausted. And beyond that line, owing to the terror we inspire, the inhabitants will have stowed their supplies away in strong places where they can enjoy them and we cannot get them. Where is the warrior, stout of heart and strong of will, who can wage war with cold and hunger? If our style of soldiering is only what has been, I say we ought to disband at once of our own accord, and not wait to be driven from the field against our will by sheer lack of means. If we do wish to go forward, this is what we must do. We must detach from the enemy all fortresses we can, and secure all we can for our own. If this is done, the larger supply will be in the hands of those who can stow away the larger store, and the weaker will suffer siege. At present we are like mariners in the ocean. They may sail on forever, but the seas they have crossed are no more theirs than those that are still unsailed. But if we hold the fortresses, the enemy will find they are living in a hostile land, while we have halcyon weather. Some of you may dread the thought of garrison duty far from home. If so, dispel your doubts. We Persians, who must, as it is, be exiles for the time, will undertake the positions that are nearest to the foe, while it will be for you to occupy the land on the marshes between Assyria and yourselves and put it under tillage. For if we can hold this inner line, your peace will not be disturbed by the outlying parts. He will scarcely neglect the danger at his door to attack you out in the distance. At this the whole assembly rose to express their eagerness and assent, and Cyaxares stood up with them. And both Gadatas and Gobryas offered to fortify a post if the allies wished, and thus provide 2 cities of refuge to start with. Finally, Cyrus, thus assured of the general consent of his proposals, said, If we really wish to carry out what we have set ourselves, we must prepare battering rams and siege engines, and get together mechanics and builders for our own castles. Thereupon, Cyaxares at once undertook to provide an engine at his own expense. Gadatas and Gobryas made themselves responsible for a second, Tigranes a third, and Cyrus himself promised he would try to furnish 2. That done, everyone set to work to find engineers and artisans, and to collect material for the machines, and superintendents were appointed from the best qualified for the work. Now Cyrus was aware that all this would take some time, and therefore he encamped his troops in the healthiest spot he could find, and the easiest to supply, strengthening, whenever necessary, the natural defences of the place, so that the detachment left in charge for the time should always be in complete security, even though he might be absent himself with the main body of his force. Nor was this all. He questioned those who knew the country best, and, learning where he would be rewarded for his pains, he would lead his men out to forage, and thus procure as large supplies as possible, keep his soldiers in the best health and strength, and fix their drill in their minds. So Cyrus spent his days, and meanwhile the deserters from Babylon and the prisoners who were captured all told them the same story. They said that the king had gone off to Lydia, taking with him store of gold and silver, and riches and treasures of every kind. The mass of the soldiers were convinced that he was storing his goods away from fear, but Cyrus knew that he must have gone to raise, if possible, an opponent who could face them, and therefore he pushed his preparations forward vigorously, feeling that another battle must be fought. He filled up the Persian cavalry till its full complement, getting the horses partly from the prisoners, partly from his own friends. There were two gifts he would never refuse: horses and good weapons. He also procured chariots, taking them from the enemy or wherever he could find them. The old Trojan style of charioteering, still in use to this day among the Cyrenians, he abolished. Before his time, the Medes, the Syrians, the Arabians, and all Asiatics generally used their chariots in the same way as the Cyrenians do now. The fault of the system, to his mind, was that the very flower of the army, if the picked men were in the chariots, would only act at long range, and so contribute little after all to the victory. 300 chariots meant 1,200 horses, and 300 fighting men, besides the charioteers, who would naturally be men above the common, in whom the warriors could place confidence. And that meant another 300 debarred from injuring the enemy in any kind of way. Such was the system he abolished in favour of the war chariot proper, with strong wheels to resist shock of collision, and long axles, on the principle that a broad base is the firmer, while the driver's seat was changed to what might be called a turret, stoutly built of timber and reaching up to the elbow, leaving the driver open to manage the horses above the rim. The drivers themselves were all fully armed, only their eyes uncovered. He had iron scythes about 2 feet long attached to the axles on either side, and others under the tree pointing to the ground for use in a charge. Such was the type of chariot invented by Cyrus, and it is still in use today among the subjects of the great king. Beside the chariots, he had a large number of camels, collected from his friends or captured from the enemy. Moreover, he decided to send a spy to Lydia to ascertain the movements of the king, and he thought that the right man for this purpose was Araspas, the officer in charge of the fair lady from Susa. Matters had gone ill with Araspas. He had fallen passionately in love with his prisoner, and had been led to entreat her to be his paramour. She had refused, faithful to her husband, who was far away, for she loved him dearly, but she forbore to accuse Araspas to Cyrus, being unwilling to set friend at strife with friend. But when at length Araspas, thinking it would help him in his desires, began to threaten her, saying that if she would not yield he would have his will of her by force, then in her dread of violence she could keep the matter hid no longer, and she sent her eunuch to Cyrus with orders to tell him everything. And when Cyrus heard it, he smiled over the man who had boasted that he was superior to love, and sent Artabazus back with the eunuch to tell Araspas that he must use no violence against such a woman, but if he could persuade her he might do so. But Artabazus, when he saw Araspas, rebuked him sternly, saying that the woman was a sacred trust, and his conduct disgraceful, impious, and wicked, till Araspas burst into tears of misery and shame, and was half dead at the thought of what Cyrus would do. Learning this, Cyrus sent for him, saw him alone, and said to him face to face, "Araspas, I know you are afraid of me and in agony of shame. Be comforted. We are told that the gods themselves are made subject to desire, and I could tell you what love has forced some men to undergo, men who seemed most lofty and most wise. Did I not pass sentence on myself when I confessed that I was too weak to consort with loveliness and remain unmoved? Indeed, it is I who am most to blame in the matter, for I shut you up myself with this irresistible power. But Araspas broke on his words. Ah, Cyrus, you are ever the same, gentle and compassionate to human weakness, but all the rest of the world has no pity on me. They drown me in wretchedness. As soon as all the tattlers got wind of my misfortune, all my enemies exulted, and all my friends came to me, advising me to make away with myself for fear of you, because my iniquity was so great. Then Cyrus said, Now listen. This opinion about you may be the means by which you can do me a great kindness and your comrades a great service. Oh, that it were possible, said Araspas, for me ever to be of service to you. Well, said the other, if you went to the enemy, feigning that you had fled from me, I think that they would believe you. I'm sure that they would, said Araspas. I know even my own friends would think, of course, I ran away. Then you will come back to us, Cyrus went on, with full information about the enemy's affairs, for if I am right in my expectation, they will trust you and let you see all their plans, so that you need miss nothing of what we wish to know. I will be off this moment, said Araspas. It will be my best credential to have it thought that I was just in time to escape punishment from you. Then you can really bring yourself to leave the beautiful Panthea? Yes, Cyrus, he answered, I can, for I see now that we have two souls. This is the lesson of philosophy I have learned from the wicked sophist Love. If we had but a single soul, how could she be at once evil and good? How could she be enamored at once of nobleness and baseness, or at once desire and not desire, one deed and the same? No, it is clear that we have two souls, and when the beautiful soul prevails, all fair things are wrought, and when the evil soul has the mastery, she lays her hand to shame and wickedness. But today my good soul conquers, because she has you to help her. Well, said Cyrus, if you have decided on going, it is thus you had better go. Thus you will win their confidence, and then you must tell them what we are doing, but in such a way as to hinder their own designs. It would hinder them, for example, if you said that we were preparing an attack on their territory at a point not yet decided, for this would check the concentration of their forces, each leader being most concerned for the safety of his own home. Stay with them, he added, till the last moment possible. What they do when they are close at hand is just what is most important for us to know. Advise them how to dispose their forces in a way that really seems the best, for then, after you have gone, and although it may be known that you are aware of their order, they will be forced to keep it, and they will not dare change it, and should they do so at the last moment, they will be thrown into confusion. Thereupon Araspas took his leave, calling together his trustiest attendants, said what he thought was necessary for the occasion, and departed. Now Panthea, when she heard that Araspas had fled, sent a messenger to Cyrus, saying, Grieve not, Cyrus, that Araspas has gone to join the foe. I will bring you a far trustier friend than he. If you will let me send for my husband, I know he will bring with him all the power that he has. It is true that the old king was my husband's friend, but he who reigns now tried to tear us two asunder, and my husband knows him for a tyrant and a miscreant, and would gladly be quit of him and take service with such a man as you. When Cyrus heard that, he bade Panthea send word to her husband, and she did so. Now when Abradates saw the tokens from his wife, and learned how matters stood, he was full of joy, and sent out for Cyrus's camp immediately, with 1,000 horsemen in his train. And when he came to the Persian outposts, he sent to Cyrus, saying who he was, and Cyrus gave orders that he should be taken to Panthea forthwith. So husband and wife met again after hope had well nigh vanished, and were in each other's arms once more. And when Panthea spoke of Cyrus, his nobleness, his honour, and the compassion he had shown her, and Abradatas cried, tell me, how can I repay him all I owe him in your name and mine? And she answered, so deal with him, my husband, as he has dealt with you. And thus Abradatas went to Cyrus, and took him by hand, and said, Cyrus, in return for the kindness you have shown us, I can say no more than this. I give myself to you, I will be your friend, your servant, and your ally. Whatever you desire, I will help you to win, your fellow worker always, so far as in me lies. Then Cyrus answered, and I will take your gift. But for the moment you must leave me, and sup with your wife. Another day will let me play the host, and give you lodging with your friends and mine. Afterwards Abradatas perceived how much Cyrus had at heart the scythe-bearing chariots and the cavalry, and the war horses with all their armour, and he resolved to equip 100 chariots for him out of his own cavalry force. Thus he proposed to lead himself in a chariot of his own, 4-poled and drawn by 8 horses, all the 8 protected by chest plates of bronze. So Abradatas set to work, and this 4-poled chariot of his gave Cyrus the idea of making a car with 8 poles, drawn by 8 yoke of oxen, to carry the lowest compartment of the battering engines, which stood, with its wheels, about 27 feet from the ground. Cyrus felt that if he had a series of such towers brought into the field at a fair pace, they would be of immense service to him, and inflict as much damage on the enemy. The towers were built with galleries and parapets, and each of them could carry 20 men. When the whole was put together, he tested it, and found that the 8 yoke of oxen could draw the whole tower with the men more easily than 1 yoke by itself could manage the ordinary weight of baggage, which came to about 25 talents apiece, whereas the tower, built of planks about as thick as the boards for a stage, weighed less than 15 for each yoke. Thus, having satisfied himself that the attempt was perfectly possible, he arranged to take the towers into action, believing that in war selfishness meant salvation, justice, and happiness. End of section 25. Section 26 of Cyropedia, The Education of Cyrus by Xenophon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kane Mercer. Cyropedia, The Education of Cyrus by Xenophon. Translated by H.G. DAKYNS. Book 6, Chapter 2. About this time ambassadors came to Cyrus from India with gifts of courtesy and a message from their king, saying, I send you greetings, Cyrus, and I rejoice that you have told me of your needs. I desire to be your friend, and I offer you gifts. And if you have need of anything more, I bid you say the word, and it shall be yours. I have told my men to do whatever you command. Then Cyrus answered, This, then, is my bidding. The rest of you shall stay where you have pitched your tents. You shall guard your treasures and live as you choose. But 3 of you shall go to the enemy and make believe that you have come to him about an alliance with your king. And thus you shall learn how matters stand, and all they say and all they do, and so bring me word again with speed. And if you serve me well in this, I shall owe you even more than I could owe you for these gifts. There are some spies who are no better than slaves, and have no skill to find anything more than is known already, but there are men of another sort, men of your stamp, who can discover plans that are not yet disclosed. The Indians listened gladly, and for a moment made themselves at home as guests of Cyrus. But the next day they got ready and set off on their journey, promising to find out as much as they could of the enemy's secrets and bring him word again with all possible speed. Meanwhile, Cyrus continued his preparations for the war on a magnificent scale, like one who meant to accomplish no small achievement. Not only did he carry out the resolutions of his allies, but he breathed a spirit of emulation into his own friends and followers, till each strove to outshine his fellows in arms and accoutrements, in horsemanship and spearmanship and archery, in endurance of toil and danger. Cyrus would lead them out to the chase, and show especial honor to those who distinguished themselves in any way. He would whet the ambition of the officers by praising all who did their best to improve their men, and by gratifying them in every way he could. At every sacrifice and festival, he instituted games and contests and all martial exercises, and lavished prizes on the victors, till the whole army was filled with enthusiasm and confidence. By this time, Cyrus had almost everything in readiness for the campaign, except the battering machines. The Persian cavalry was made up to its full number of 10,000 men, and the scythed chariots were complete. 100 of his own and 100 of Abradatas of Susa had provided. Beside these, there were 100 of the old Median chariots which Cyrus had persuaded Cyaxares to remodel in his own type, giving up the Trojan and Lydian style. The camels were ready also, each animal carrying a couple of mounted archers. The bulk of the great army felt almost as though they had already conquered, and the enemy's power was held of no account. While matters were thus, the Indians whom Cyrus had sent out returned with their report. Croesus had been chosen leader and general-in-chief. A resolution had been passed calling on all the allied kings to bring up their entire forces, raise enormous sums for the war, and spend them hiring in mercenaries where they could, and making presents where they must. Large numbers of Thracians, armed with the short sword, had already been enrolled, and a body of Egyptians were coming by sea, amounting, so said the Indians, to 120,000 men, armed with long shields reaching to their feet, huge spears, such as they carry to this day, and sabres. Beside these, an army was expected from Cyprus, and there were already on the spot all the Sicilians, the men both from the Phrygians of Lycaonia, Paphlagonia, and Cappadocia, the Arabians, the Phoenicians, and all the Assyrians under the king of Babylon. Moreover, the Ionians, the Aeolians, and indeed nearly all the Hellenic colonists on the coast were compelled to follow the train of Croesus. Croesus himself had already sent to Lacedaemon to propose an alliance with the Spartans. The armament was mustering on the banks of Pactolus, and they were to push forward presently to Thymbrara, the place which was still mustering ground for all the Asiatic subjects of the great king west of Syria, and orders had been issued to open a market there. This report agreed with accounts given by the prisoners, for Cyrus was always at pains to give men captured from whom he could get some information, and who would also send out spies disguised as runaway slaves. Such were the tidings, and when the army heard the news, there was much anxiety and concern, as one may well suppose. The men went about their work with unusual quietness, their faces clouded over, or gathered in knots and clusters everywhere, anxiously asking each other the news and discussing the report. When Cyrus saw that fear was in the camp, he called a meeting of his generals, and indeed of all whose dejection might injure the cause and whose confidence assist it. Moreover, he sent word that any of the attendants or any of the rank and file who wished to hear what he had to say would be allowed to come and listen. When they met, he spoke as follows: "My friends and allies, I make no secret of the reason I have called you here. It was because I saw that some of you, when the reports of the enemy reached us, looked like men who were panic-stricken. But I must say, I am astonished that any of you should feel alarm, because the enemy is mustering his forces, and not be reassured by remembering that our own is far larger than it was when we conquered him before, and far better provided under heaven with all we need. I ask how you would have felt. you who are afraid now, if you had been told that a force exactly like our own was marching upon us, if you had heard that men who had conquered us already were coming now, carrying in their hearts the victory they had won, if you knew that those who made short work then of all our bows and javelins were advancing again, and others with them, 10,000 times as many? Suppose you heard that the men who had routed our infantry once were coming on now equipped as before, but this time on horseback, scorning arms and javelins, each man armed with one stout spear, ready to charge home? Suppose you heard of chariots, made on a new pattern, not to be kept motionless, standing, as hitherto, with their backs turned to the foe as if for flight, but with the horses shielded by armour, and the drivers sheltered by wooden walls and protected by breastplates and helmets, and the axles fitted with iron scythes so that they can charge straight into the ranks of the foe? And suppose you heard that they have camels to ride on, each one of which would scare 100 horses, and that they would bring up towers from which to help their own friends, and overwhelm us with volleys of darts so that we cannot fight them on level ground? If this were what you had heard of the enemy, I as you, once again, you who are now so fearful, what would you have done? You who turned pale when I told that Croesus has been chosen commander-in-chief, Croesus who proved himself so much more cowardly than the Syrians, that when they were worsted in battle and fled, instead of helping them, his own allies, he took to his heels himself. We are told, moreover, that the enemy himself does not feel equal to facing you alone. He is hiring others to fight for him better than he could for himself. I can only say, gentlemen, that if any individual considers our position as I describe it alarming or unfavorable, he had better leave us. Let him join our opponents. He will do us far more service there than here. When Cyrus had ended, Chrysanthus the Persian stood up and said, Cyrus, you must not wonder if the faces of some were clouded when they heard the news. The cloud was a sign of annoyance, not fear, just as if, he went on, a company were expecting breakfast immediately, and then they were told there was some business that must be got through first. I do not suppose any of them would be particularly pleased. Here we were, saying to ourselves that our fortunes were made, and now we are informed that there is still something to be done. And of course, our countenances fell, not because we were afraid, but because we would have wished it all over and done with. However, since it now appears that Syria is not to be the only prize, though there is much to be got in Syria, flocks and herds and corn and palm trees yielding fruit, but Lydia as well. Lydia, the land of wine and oil and fig trees. Lydia, to whose shores the sea brings more good things than eyes can feast on. I say that once we realize this, we can mope no longer. Our spirits will rise apace, and we shall hasten to lay our hands on the Lydian wealth without delay. So he spoke, and the allies were well pleased at his words and gave him loud applause. Truly, gentlemen, said Cyrus, just as Chrysanthus says, I think we ought to march without delay, if only to be beforehand with our foes and reach their magazines before they do themselves. And besides, the quicker we are, the fewer resources we shall find with them. That is how I put the matter. But if anyone sees a safer or an easier way, let him instruct us. But many speakers followed, all urging an immediate march, without one speech in opposition, and so Cyrus took up the word again and said, My friends and allies, God helping us, our hearts, our bodies, and our weapons have now been long prepared. All that remains is to get together what we need for ourselves and our animals on a march of at least 20 days. I reckon that the journey itself must take more than 15, and not a vestige of food shall we find from end to end. It has been made away with, partly by ourselves, partly by our foes, so far as they could. We must collect enough corn, without which one can neither fight nor live. And as for wine, every man must carry just so much as will accustom him to drink water. The greater part of the country will be absolutely devoid of wine, and the largest supply we could take with us would not hold out. But to avoid too sudden a change and the sickness that might follow, this is what we must do. We must begin by taking water with our food. We can do this without any great change in our habits, for everyone who eats porridge has the oatmeal mixed with water, and everyone who eats bread has the wheat soaked in water, and all boiled meat is prepared in water. We shall not miss the wine if we drink a little after a meal is done. Then we must gradually lessen the amount, until we find that, without knowing it, we have become water drinkers. Gradual change enables every creature to go through a complete conversion, and this is taught us by God, who leads us a little by little out of winter until we bear the blazing heat of summer, and out of heat back again into the depths of winter. So should we follow God, and take one step after another until we reach our goal. What you might spend on heavy rugs and coverlets, spend rather on food. Any superfluity here will not be wasted, and you will not sleep less soundly for lack of bedclothes. If you do, I give you leave to blame me. But with clothing, the case is different. A man can hardly have too much of that in sickness or in health. And for seasoning, you should take what is sharp and dry and salted, for such meats are more appetizing and more satisfying. And since we may come into districts as yet unravaged, where we may find growing corn, we ought to take hand mills for grinding. These are the lightest machines for the purpose. Nor must we forget to supply ourselves with medicines. They are small in bulk, and if need arises, invaluable. And we ought to have a large supply of straps. I wonder what is not fastened by a strap to man or horse. But straps wear out and get broken, and then things are at a standstill unless there are spare ones to be had. Some of you have learned to shave spears, so that it would be well not to forget a plane, and also to carry a rasp, for a man who sharpens a spearhead will sharpen his spirit too. He will feel ashamed to wet the edge and be a coward. And we must take plenty of timber for chariots and wagons. There is bound to be many a breakdown on the road. Also, we shall need the most necessary tools for repairs, since smiths and carpenters are not to be found at every turn. But there are few who cannot patch up a makeshift for the time. Then there should be a mattock and a shovel apiece for every wagon, and on every beast of burden a bill-hook and an axe, always useful to the owner and sometimes a boon to all. The provisions must be seen to by the officers of the fighting line. They must inspect the men under their command, and see that nothing is omitted which any man requires, the omission of which will be felt by us all. Those of you who are in command of the baggage train will inspect what I have ordered for the animals, and insist upon every man being provided who is not already supplied. You, gentlemen, who are in command of the road makers, you have the lists of the soldiers I have disqualified from serving as javelin men, bowmen, or slingers, and you will make the old javelin men march with axes for felling timber, the bowmen with mattocks, and slingers with shovels. They will advance by squads in front of the wagons, so that if there is any road making to be done, you may set to work at once, and in case of need, I may know where to get the men I want. I mean also to take up corps of smiths, carpenters, and cobblers, men of military age, provided with the proper tools to supply any possible need. These men will not be in the fighting line, but will have a place assigned to them where they can be hired by anyone who likes. If any huckster wishes to follow the army with his wares, he may do so, But if caught selling anything during the 15 days for which provisions have been ordered, he will be deprived of all of his goods. After the 15 days are done, he may sell what he likes. Any merchant who offers us a well-stocked market will receive recompense and honor from the allies and myself. And if anyone needs an advance of money for trading, he must send me guarantors who will undertake that he will march with the army, and then he can draw on our funds. These are the general orders, and I will ask any of you who think that anything has been omitted to point it out to me. You will now go back to your quarters and make your preparations, and while you do so, I will offer sacrifice for our journey, and when the signs are favorable, we will give the signal. At that you must present yourselves with everything I have ordered, at the appointed place, under your own officers. And you, gentlemen, said he, turning to the officers, when your divisions are all in line, you will come to me in a body to receive your final orders. End of section 26. Section 27 of Cyropedia, The Education of Cyrus by Xenophon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kane Mercer. Cyropedia, The Education of Cyrus by Xenophon. Translated by H.G. DAKYNS. Book 6, Chapter 3. With these instructions, the army went to make their preparations while Cyrus offered sacrifice. As soon as the victims were favorable, he set out with his force. On the first day they encamped as nearby as possible, so that anything left behind could easily be fetched and any omission readily supplied. Cyaxares stayed in Media with a third of the Median troops in order to not leave their own country undefended. Cyrus himself pushed forward with all possible speed, keeping his cavalry in the van and constantly sending explorers and scouts ahead to some lookout. Behind the cavalry came the baggage, and on the plains he had long strings of wagons and beasts of burden, and the main army behind them, so that if any baggage train fell back, the officers who caught them up would see that they did not lose their places in the march. But where the road was narrower, the fighting men marched on either side with the baggage in the middle, and in case of any block it was the business of the soldiers on the spot to attend to the matter. As a rule, the different regiments would be marching alongside their own baggage, orders having been given that all members on the train should advance by regiments unless absolutely prevented. To help matters, the brigadier's own body servant led way with an ensign known to his men, so that each regiment marched together, the men doing their best to keep up with their comrades. Thus, there was no need to search for each other, everything was to hand. There was greater security, and the soldiers could get what they wanted more quickly. After some days, the scouts ahead thought they could see people in the plain collecting fodder and timber, and they made out beasts of burden, some grazing and others already laden. And as they scanned the distance they felt sure they could distinguish something that was either smoke rising or clouds of dust, and from all this they concluded that the enemy's army was not far off. Whereupon their commander dispatched a messenger with the news to Cyrus, who sent back word that the scouts should stay where they were on their lookout, and tell him if they saw anything more, while he ordered a squadron of cavalry to ride forward and intercept, if they could, some of the men on the plain and discover the actual state of affairs. While the detachment carried out this order, Cyrus halted the rest of his army to make such dispositions as he thought necessary before coming to close quarters. His first order was for the troops to take their breakfast. After breakfast they were to fall in and wait for the word of command. When breakfast was over, he sent for all the officers from the cavalry, the infantry, and the chariot brigade, and for all the commanders of the battering engines and the baggage train, and they came to him. Meanwhile, the troop of horse had dashed into the plain, cut off some of the men, and now brought them in captive. The prisoners, on being questioned by Cyrus, said they belonged to the camp and had gone out to forage or cut wood, so they had passed beyond their own pickets, for, owing to the size of their army, everything was scarce. "How far is your army from here?" said Cyrus. "About 7 miles, said they. "Was there any talk about us down there?" said he. "We should think there was," they answered. "It was all over the camp that you were coming." "Ah," said Cyrus, "I suppose they were glad to hear we were coming so soon," putting this question for his officers to hear the answer. "That they were not," said the prisoners. "They were anything but glad. They were miserable." "And what are they doing now?" said Cyrus. "Forming their line of battle," said they. "Yesterday and the day before they did the same." "And their commander?" said Cyrus. "Who is he?" "Croesus himself," said they, "and with him a Greek, and also another man, a Mede, who is said to be a deserter from you." "Ah," cried Cyrus, "is that so? Most mighty Zeus, may I deal with him as I wish." Then he had the prisoners led away, and turned to speak to his officers. But at this moment another scout appeared, saying that a large force of cavalry was in the plain. "We think," he added, "that they are trying to get a sight of our army, for about 30 of them are riding ahead at good round pace, and they seem to be coming straight for our little company, perhaps to capture a lookout if they can, for there are only 10 of us there." At that Cyrus sent off a detachment from his own bodyguard, bidding them gallop up to the place unseen by the enemy and stay there motionless. "Wait," he said, "until our own 10 must leave the spot, and dash out on the 30 as they come up the hill. And to prevent any injury from the larger body, do you, Hystaspas," said he, turning to the latter, "ride out with 1,000 horse, and let them see you suddenly, face to face. But remember not to pursue them out of sight. Come back as soon as you have secured our post, and if any of your opponents ride up with their right hands raised, welcome them as friends." Accordingly, Hystaspas went off and got under arms, while the bodyguard galloped to the spot. But before they reached the scouts, someone met them with his squires, the man who had been sent out as a spy, the guardian of the lady from Susa, Araspas himself. When the news reached Cyrus, he sprang up from his seat, went to meet him himself, and clasped his hand. But the others, who of course knew nothing, were utterly dumbfounded, until Cyrus said, "Gentlemen, the best of our friends has come back to us. It is high time that all men should know what he has done. It was not through any baseness, or any weakness, or any fear of me that he left us. It was because I sent him to be my messenger, to learn the enemy's doings and bring us word. Araspas, I have not forgotten what I promised you. I will repay you. We will all repay you. For, gentlemen, it is only just that all of you should pay him honor. Good and true I call him who risked himself for all our good, and took upon himself a reproach that was heavy to bear." At that all crowded around Araspas took him by the hand and made him welcome. Then Cyrus spoke again. "Enough, my friends. Araspas has news for us, and it is time to hear it. Tell us your tale, Araspas. Keep back nothing of the truth, and do not make out the power of the enemy less than it really is. It is far better that we should find it smaller than we looked for rather than strong beyond our expectations." "Well," began Araspas, "in order to learn their numbers, I managed to be present at the marshalling of their troops." "Then you can tell us," said Cyrus, "not only their numbers, but their disposition in the field." "That I can," answered Araspas, "and also how they propose to fight." "Good," said Cyrus. "But first let us hear their numbers in brief." "Well," he answered, "they are drawn up 30 deep, infantry and cavalry alike, all except the Egyptians, and they cover about 5 miles. For I was at great pains," he added, "to find out how much ground they occupied." "And the Egyptians?" Cyrus said. "How are they drawn up? I noticed you said all except the Egyptians." "The Egyptians," he answered, are drawn up in companies of 10,000, under their own officers, 100 deep and 100 broad. That, they insisted, was their usual formation at home. Croesus, however, was very loth to let them have their own way with this. He wished to outflank you as much as possible. Why? Cyrus asked. What was his object? To encircle you, I imagine, with his wings. He had better take care, said Cyrus, or his circle may find itself in the center. But now you have told us what we most needed to know, and you, gentlemen, he said to the officers, on leaving this meeting you will look to your weapons and your harness. It often happens that the lack of some little thing makes man or horse or chariot useless. Tomorrow morning early, when I'm offering sacrifice, do you take your breakfast and give your steeds to the provender, so as when the moment comes to strike, you may not be found wanting. And you, Erasmus, must hold the right wing in the position it has now, and the rest of you who command 1,000 men must do the same with your divisions. It is no time to be changing horses when the race is being run, and you will send word to the brigadiers and captains under you to draw up the phalanx with each company 2 deep. Now a company consisted of 24 men. Then one of the officers, a captain of 10,000, said, Do you think, Cyrus, that with so shallow a depth we can stand against their tremendous phalanx? But do you suppose, rejoined he, that any phalanx so deep that the rear ranks cannot close with the enemy should do much either for friend or foe? I myself, he added, would rather have this heavy infantry of theirs were drawn up, not 100, but 10,000 deep. We should have all the fewer to fight, whereas with the depth that I propose, I believe we shall not waste a man. Every part of our army will work with every other. I will post the javelin men behind the cuirassiers and the archers behind them. It would be absurd to place in the van troops who admit they are not made for hand-to-hand fighting, but with the cuirassiers thrown in front of them, they will stand firm enough and harass the enemy over the heads of our own men with their arrows and their darts. And every stroke that falls on the enemy means much relief to our friends. In the very rear of all I will post our reserve. A house is useless without a foundation, as well as a roof, and our phalanx will be no use unless it has a rear guard and a van, both of them good. You, he added, will draw up the ranks to suit these orders, and you who command the targeteers will follow with your companies in the same depth. And you who command the archers will follow the targeteers. Gentlemen of the reserve, you will hold your men in the rear and pass the word down to your own subordinates to watch the men in front, cheer on those who do their duty, threaten him who plays the coward, and if any man shows signs of treachery, see that he dies the death. It is for those in the van to hearten those behind them by word and deed. It is for you, the reserve, to make the cowards dread you more than the foe. You know your work, and you will do it. Euphratus, he added, turning to the officer in command of the artillery, see that the wagons with the towers keep as close to the phalanx as possible. And you, Douchus, bring the whole of your baggage train under cover of the towers, and make sure your squires punish severely any man who breaks the line. You, Carochus, keep the women's carriages close behind the baggage train. This long line of followers should give an impression of vast numbers, allow our own men opportunity for ambuscades, and force the enemy, if he tried to surround us, to widen his circuit, and the wider he makes it, the weaker he will be. That, then, is your business, and you, gentlemen, Artaozus and Artagersas, each of you take your 1,000 foot and guard the baggage, and you, Pharnochus and Asiadates, neither of you must lead your 1,000 horse into the fighting line. You must get them under arms by themselves behind the carriages, and you must come to me with the officers as fully equipped as if you were to be the first to fight. You, sir, who command the camel corps, will take your post behind the carriages and look for further orders from Artagersas. Officers of the war chariots, you will draw lots among yourselves, and he on whom the lot falls will bring his 100 chariots in front of the fighting line, while the other 2 sentries will support our flanks on the right and left." Such were the dispositions made by Cyrus. But Abradatas, lord of Susa, cried, "Cyrus, let me, I pray you, volunteer for the post in the front." And Cyrus, struck with admiration for the man, took him by the hand, and turning to the Persians in command of the other sentries said, "Perhaps, gentlemen, you will allow this?" But they answered that it was hard to resign the post of honour, and so they all drew lots, and the lot fell on Abradatas, and his post was face to face with the Egyptians. Then the officers left the council and carried out the orders given, and took their evening meal and posted the pickets and went to rest. End of section 27. Section 28 of Cyropedia, The Education of Cyrus by Xenophon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kane, Mercer. Cyropedia, The Education of Cyrus by Xenophon. Translated by H.G. DAKYNS. Book 6, Chapter 4. But early on the morrow Cyrus offered sacrifice, and meanwhile the rest of the army took their breakfast. And after the libation they armed themselves, a great and goodly company, in bright tunics and splendid breastplates, and shining helmets. All the horses had frontlets and chestplates, the chargers had armour on their shoulders, and the chariot horses on their flanks, so that the whole army flashed with bronze, and it shone like a flower with scarlet. The 8-horse chariot of Abradatas was a marvel of beauty and richness, and just as he was about to put the linen corslet of his native land, Panthea came, bringing him a golden breastplate and a helmet of gold, and armlets and broad bracelets for his wrists, and a full flowing purple tunic and a hyacinth-coloured helmet plume. All these she had made for him in secret, taking the measure of his armour without his knowledge. And when he saw them, he gazed in wonder and said, "Dear wife, and did you destroy your own jewels to make this armour for me?" But she said, "No, my lord, at least not the richest of them all, for you shall be my loveliest jewel, when others see you as I do now." As she spoke, she put the armour on him, but then, though she tried to hide it, the tears rolled down her cheeks. And truly, when Abradatas was arrayed in the new panoply, he, who had been fair enough to look upon before, was now a sight of splendour, noble and beautiful and free, and indeed his nature was. He took the reins from the charioteer, and was about to set foot on the car, when Panthea bade the bystanders withdraw, and said to him, "My own lord, little need to tell you what you know already. Yet this I say, if any woman loved her husband more than her own soul, I am of her company. Why should I try to speak? Our lives say more than any words of mine. And yet, feeling for you what you know, I swear to you by the love between us that I would rather go down in the grave beside you after a hero's death than live on with you in shame. I have thought you worthy of the highest, and believe myself worthy to follow you. And I bear in mind the great gratitude we owe Cyrus, who, when I was his captive, chosen for his spoil, was too high-minded to treat me as a slave or dishonour me as a free woman. He took me and saved me for you, as though I had been his brother's wife. And when Erasmus, my warder, turned from him, I promised, if he would let me send for you, I would bring him a friend in the other's place, far nobler and more faithful." And as Panthea spoke, Abradatas listened with rapture to her words. And when she ended, he laid his hand upon her head, and looking up to the heavens, he prayed aloud, "O most mighty Zeus, make me worthy to be Panthea's husband, and the friend of Cyrus, who showed us honour." Then he opened the driver's seat and mounted the car, and the driver shut the door, and Panthea could not take him in her arms again, so she bent and kissed the chariot box. Then the car rolled forward, and she followed unseen, till Abradatas turned and saw her, and cried, "Be strong, Panthea, be of good heart. Farewell, and hie thee home." Thereupon her chamberlains and her maidens took her and brought her back to her own carriage, and laid her down, and drew the awning. But no man of all who was there that day, splendid as Abradatas was in his chariot, had eyes to look on him until Panthea had gone. Meanwhile Cyrus had found the victims favourable, and his army was already drawn up in the order he had fixed. He had scouts posted ahead, one behind the other, and he called his officers together for his final words. "Gentlemen, my friends and allies, the sacred signs from heaven are as they were the day the gods gave us victory before, and I would call to your minds thoughts to bring you gladness and confidence for the fight. You are far better trained than your enemies. You have lived together and worked together far longer than they. You have won victories together. What they have shared with one another has been defeat, and those who have not fought as yet feel they have traitors to the right and left of them, while our recruits know that they enter battle in company with men who help their allies. Those who trust each other will stand firm and fight without flinching, but when confidence has gone, no man thinks anything but flight. Forward then, gentlemen, against the foe. Drive our scythed chariots against the defenceless cars. Let our armed cavalry charge their unprotected horse, and charge them home. The mass of their infantry you have met before, and as for the Egyptians, they are armed in much the same way as they are marshalled. They carry shields too big to let them stir or see. They are drawn up 100 deep, which will prevent all but the merest handful fighting. If they count on forcing us back by their weight, they must first withstand our steel and the charge of our cavalry. And if any of them do hold firm, how can they fight at once against cavalry, infantry, and turrets of artillery? For our men on the towers will be there to help us. They will smite the enemy until he flies instead of fighting. If you think that there is anything wanting, tell me now. God helping us, we will lack nothing. And if any man wishes to say anything, let him speak now. If not, go to the altar and pray to the gods to whom we have sacrificed, and then fall in. Let each man say to his own men what I have said to him. Let him show the men he rules that he is fit to rule. Let them see the fearlessness in his face, his bearing, and his words." End of section 28.
Section 29 of Cyropaedia, The Education of Cyrus by Xenophon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emory. Cyropaedia, The Education of Cyrus by Xenophon. Translated by H.G. DAKYNS. Book 7, Chapter 1. So they prayed to the gods and went to their place. And the squires bought food and drink to Cyrus and his staff as they stood round the sacrifice. And he took his breakfast where he stood, after making the due offering, sharing what he had with all who needed it. And he poured out the libation and prayed, and then drank, and his men with him. Then he supplicated Zeus, the god of his fathers, to be his leader and helper in the fight. And so he mounted his horse and bade those about him follow. All his squires were equipped as he was, with scarlet tunics, breastplates of bronze, and brazen helmets plumed with white short swords, and a lance of cornel wood apiece. Their horses had frontlets, chestplates, and armour for their shoulders, all of bronze, and the shoulder pieces served as leg guards for their riders. In one thing only the arms of Cyrus differed from the rest. Theirs was covered with a golden varnish, and his flashed like a mirror. As he sat on his steed, gazing into the distance where he meant to go, a peal of thunder rang out on the right, and he cried, "We will follow thee, O Zeus most high!" So he set forth with Chrysantas on his right at the head of cavalry and Arsamas on his left with infantry. And the word went down the lines, "Eyes on the standard and steady marching." The standard was a golden eagle, with outspread wings, borne aloft on a long spear shaft, and to this day such is the standard of the Persian king. Before they came in full sight of the Assyrians, Cyrus halted the army thrice. And when they had gone about 2 miles or more, they began to see the enemy advancing. As soon as both armies were in full view of each other, and the Assyrians could see how much they outflanked the Persians on either side, Croesus halted, and ordered to prepare an encircling movement, and pushed out a column on the right wing and the left, so that the Persian forces might be attacked on every side at once. Cyrus saw it, but gave no sign of stopping. He led straight on as before. Meanwhile he noticed that the turning point where the Assyrians had pushed out on either flank was an immense distance from their centre, and he said to Chrysantas, "Do you see where they have fixed their angle?" "Yes, I do," answered Chrysantas, "and I am surprised at it. It seems to me they are drawing their wings too far away from their centre." "Just so," said Cyrus, "and from ours too." "Why are they doing that?" asked the other. "Clearly," said Cyrus, "they are afraid we shall attack, if their wings are in touch with us while our centre is still some way off." "But," went on Chrysantas, "how can they support each other at such a distance?" "Doubtless," said Cyrus, "as soon as their wings are opposite our flanks they will wheel round, and then advance at once on every side and so set us fighting everywhere at once." "Well," said Chrysantas, "do you think the movement wise?" "Yes," said Cyrus, "it is good enough in view of what they can see. But, in view of what they cannot, it is worse for them than if they had advanced in a single column. Do you," he said, turning to Arsamas, "advance with your infantry, slowly, taking your pace from me, and do you, Chrysantas, march beside him with your cavalry, step for step. I will make for their angle myself, where I propose to join battle, first riding round the army to see how things are with all our men. When I reach the point, and we are on the verge of action, I will raise the paean and you must quicken your pace. You will know when we have closed with the enemy. The din will be loud enough. At the same moment Abradatas will dash out upon them. Such will be his orders. Your duty is to follow, keeping as close to the chariots as possible. Thus we shall fall on the enemy at the height of his confusion. And, God helping me, I shall be with you also, cutting my way through the rout by the quickest road I can." So he spoke, and sent the watchword down the lines, "Zeus our saviour, and Zeus our leader," and went forward. As he passed between the chariots and the cuirassiers, he would say to some, "My men, the look on your faces rejoices my heart," and to others, "You understand, gentlemen, that this battle is not for the victory of a day, but for all that we have won ere now, and for all our happiness to come," and to others, "My friends, we can never reproach the gods again. Today they have put all blessings in our hands. Let us show ourselves good men and true." Or else, "Gentlemen, can we invite each other to a more glorious feast than this? This day all gallant hearts are bidden. This day they may feast their friends." Or again, "You know, I think, the prizes in this game. The victors pursue and smite and slay, and win wealth and fame and freedom and empire. The crowds lose them all. He who loves his own soul, let him fight beside me, for I will have no disgrace." But if he met soldiers who had fought for him before, he only said, "To you, gentlemen, what need I say? You know the brave man's part in battle, and the craven's." And when he came to Abradatas he halted, and Abradatas gave the reins to his charioteer and came up to him, and others gathered round from the infantry and the chariots, and Cyrus said, "God has rewarded you, Abradatas, according to your prayer, you and yours. You hold the first rank among our friends, and you will not forget, when the moment for action comes, that those who watch you will be Persians, and those who follow you, and they will not let you bear the brunt alone." And Abradatas answered, "Even so, Cyrus, and with us here, methinks, all looks well enough, but the state of our flanks troubles me. The enemy's wings are strong and stretch far. He has chariots there, and every kind of arm as well, while we have nothing else with which to oppose him. So that for myself," said he, "if I had not won by lot the post I hold, I should feel ashamed to be here in the safest place of all." "Nay," answered Cyrus, "if it is well with you, have no concern for the rest. God willing, I mean to relieve our flanks, but you yourself, I conjure you, do not attack until you see the rout of those detachments that you fear." So much of boasting did Cyrus allow himself on the eve of action, though he was the last man to boast at other times. "When you see them routed," he said, "you may take it that I am there, and then make your rush, for that is the moment when you will find the enemy weakest and your own men strongest. And while there is time, Abradatas, be sure to drive along your front and prepare your men for the charge. Kindle their courage by your looks. Lift up their hearts by your hopes. Breathe the spirit of emulation into them, to make them prove themselves the flower of the chariot force. Be assured if things go well with us all men will say nothing is so profitable as valour." Accordingly Abradatas mounted his chariot and drove along the lines to do as Cyrus bade. Meanwhile Cyrus went on to the left, where Hystaspes was posted with half the Persian cavalry, and he called to him and said, "Hystaspes, here is work to test your pace. If we are quick enough in cutting off their heads, none of us will be slaughtered first." And Hystaspes answered with a laugh, "Leave it to us. We'll see to the men opposite, but set some one to deal with the fellows on our flank. It would be a pity for them to be idle." And Cyrus answered, "I am going to them myself. But remember, Hystaspes, to whichever of us God grants the victory, so long as a single foeman is on the field, attack we must, again and again, until the last has yielded." With that he passed on, and as he came to the flank he went up to the officer in command of the chariots and said to him, "Good, I intend to support you myself, and when you hear me fall on the wing, at that instant do your best to charge straight through your opponents. You will be far safer once outside their ranks than if you are caught halfway." Then he went on to the rear in the carriages, where the two detachments were stationed, 1,000 horse and 1,000 foot, and told Artaxerxes and Pharnouchus, their leaders, to keep the men where they were. "But when," he added, "you see me close with the enemy on our right, then set upon those in front of you, take them in flank, where they are weakest, while you advance in line at your full strength. Their lines, as you see, are closed by cavalry. Hurl your camels at these, and you may be sure, even before the fighting begins, they will cut a comic figure." Thus, with all his dispositions made, Cyrus rode round the head of his right. By this time Croesus, believing that the centre, where he himself was marching, must be nearer the enemy than the distant wings, had this signal raised for them to stop their advance, halt, and wheel round where they were. When they were in position opposite the Persian force, he signalled for them to charge, and thus 3 columns came at once against Cyrus, one facing his front and one on either flank. A tremor ran through the whole army. It was completely enclosed, like a little brick laid within a large, with the forces of the enemy all around it, on every side except the rear, cavalry and heavy infantry, targeteers, archers, and chariots. None the less, the instant Cyrus gave the word they swung round to confront the foe. There was deep silence through the remarks as they realized what they had to face, and then Cyrus, when the moment came, began the battle hymn, and it thundered through the host. And as it died away the war cry rang out unto the god of battles, and Cyrus swooped forward at the head of his cavalry, straight for the enemy's flank, and closed with them then and there, while the infantry behind him followed, swift and steady, wave on wave, sweeping out on either side, far outflanking their opponents, for they attacked in line, and the foe were in column, to the great gain of Cyrus. A short struggle, and the ranks broke and fled before him headlong. Artaxerxes, seeing that Cyrus had got to work, made his own charge on the left, hurling his camels forward as Cyrus had advised. Even at a distance the horses could not face the camels. They seemed to go mad with fear, and galloped off in terror, rearing and falling foul of one another. Such is the strange effect of camels upon horses. So that Artaxerxes, his own troops well in hand, had easy work with the enemy's bewildered masses. At the same moment the war chariots dashed in, right and left, so that many, flying from the chariots, were cut down by the troopers, and many, flying from these, were caught by the chariots. And now Abradatas could wait no longer. "Follow me, my friends," he shouted, and drove straight at the enemy, lashing his good steeds forward till their flanks were bloody with the goad, and other charioteers racing hard behind him. The enemy's chariots fled before them instantly, some not even waiting to take up their fighting men. But Abradatas drove on through them, straight into the main body of the Egyptians, his rush shared by his comrades on either hand. And then, what has often been shown elsewhere was shown here, namely, that of all strong formations the strongest is a band of friends. His brothers in arms and his messmates charged with him, but the others, when they saw that the solid ranks of the Egyptians stood firm, swung round and pursued the flying chariots. Meanwhile Abradatas and his companions could make no further way. There was not a gap through the Egyptian lines on either hand, and they could but charge the single soldiers where they stood, overthrow them by the sheer weight of horse and car, and crush them and their arms beneath the hoofs and wheels. And when the scythes caught them, men and weapons were cut to shreds. In the midst of indescribable confusion, the chariots rocking along the weltering mounds, Abradatas was thrown out and some of his comrades with him. There they stood and fought like men, and there they were cut down and died. The Persians, pouring in after them, dealt slaughter and destruction where Abradatas and his men had charged and shaken the ranks, but elsewhere the Egyptians, who were still unscathed, and there were many, moved steadily on to meet them. There followed a desperate struggle with lance and spear and sword, and still the Egyptians had the advantage, because of their numbers and their weapons. Their spears were immensely stout and long, such as they carry to this day, and the huge shield not only gave more protection than corslet and buckler, but aided the thrust of the fighter, slung as it was from the shoulder. Shield locked into shield, they thrust their way forward, and the Persians could not drive them back, with their light bucklers borne on the forearm only. Step by step they gave ground, dealing blow for blow, till they came under cover of their own artillery. Then at last a second shower of blows fell on the Egyptians, while the reserves would allow no flight of the archers or the javelin men. At the sword's point they made them do their duty. Thick was the slaughter, and loud the din of clashing weapons and whirring darts, and shouting warriors, cheering each other and calling on the gods. At this moment Cyrus appeared, cutting his way through his own opponents. To see the Persians thrust from their position was misery to him, but he knew he could check the enemy's advance most quickly by galloping round to their rear, and thither he dashed, bidding his troops follow, and there they fell upon them and smote them as they were gazing ahead, and there they mowed them down. The Egyptians, seeing what had happened, cried out that the enemy had taken them in the rear, and wheeled round under a storm of blows. At this the confusion reached its height, cavalry and infantry struggling all together. An Egyptian fell under Cyrus's horse, and as the hoofs struck him he stabbed the creature in the belly. The charger reared at the blow, and Cyrus was thrown. Then was seen what it is for a leader to be loved by his men. With a terrible cry the men dashed forward, conquering thrust with thrust and blow with blow. One of his squires leapt down and set Cyrus on his own charger, and as Cyrus sprang on the horse he saw the Egyptians worsted everywhere. For by now Hystaspas was on the ground with his cavalry, and Chrysantas also. Still Cyrus would not allow them to charge the Egyptian phalanx. The archers and javelin men were to play on them from outside. Then he made his way along the lines to the artillery, and there he mounted one of the towers to take a survey of the field, and see if any of the foe still held their ground and kept up the fight. But he saw the plain one chaos of flying horses and men and chariots, pursuers and pursued, conquerors and conquered, and nowhere any who stood firm, save only the Egyptians. These, in sure straits as they were, formed themselves into a circle behind a ring of steel, and sat down under cover of their enormous shields. They no longer attempted to act, but they suffered, and they suffered heavily. Cyrus, in admiration and pity, unwilling that men so brave should be done to death, drew off his soldiers who were fighting round them, and would not let another man lift sword. Then he sent them a herald asking if they wished to be cut to pieces for the sake of those who had betrayed them, or save their lives and keep their reputation for gallantry. And they answered, "Is it possible that we can be saved and yet keep our reputation untarnished?" And Cyrus said, "Surely yes, for we ourselves have seen that you alone have held your ground and been ready to fight." "But even so," said the Egyptians, "how can we act in honour if we save ourselves?" "By betraying none of those at whose side you fought," answered Cyrus. "Only surrender your arms to us, and become our friends, the friends of men who chose to save you when they might have destroyed you." "And if we become your friends," said they, "how will you treat us?" "As you treat us," answered he, "and the treatment shall be good." "And what will that good treatment be?" they asked once more. "This," said Cyrus, "better pay than you have had, so long as the war lasts, and when peace comes, if you choose to stay with me, lands and cities and women and servants." Then they asked him if he would excuse them from one duty, service against Croesus. Croesus, they said, was the only leader who knew them. For the rest, they were content to agree. And so they came to terms, and took and gave pledges of good faith. Thus it came about that their descendants are to this day faithful subjects of the king, and Cyrus gave them cities, some in the interior, which are still called the cities of the Egyptians, beside Larissa, and Kyllene, and Kyme, on the coast, still held by their descendants. When this matter was arranged, darkness had already fallen, and Cyrus drew off his army and encamped at Thymbrara. In this engagement the Egyptians alone among the enemy won themselves renown, and of the troops under Cyrus the Persian cavalry was held to have done the best, so much so that to this day they are still armed in the manner that Cyrus devised. High praise was also given to the scythe-bearing chariots, and this engine of war is still employed by the reigning king. As for the camels, all they did was to scare the horses. Their riders could take no part in the slaughter, and were never touched themselves by the enemy's cavalry, for not a horse would come near the camels. It was a useful arm, certainly, but no gallant gentleman would dream of breeding camels for his own use, or learning to fight on camelback. And so they returned to their old position among the baggage train. End of section 29. Recording by Emory. Section 30 of Cyropaedia, The Education of Cyrus by Xenophon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emory. Cyropaedia, The Education of Cyrus by Xenophon. Translated by H.G. DAKYNS. Book 7, Chapter 2. Then Cyrus and his men took their evening meal and posted their pickets and went to rest. But Croesus and his army fled in haste to Sardis, and the other tribes hurried away homewards under cover of night as fast and as far as they could. When day broke, Cyrus marched straight for Sardis, and when he came before the citadel he set up his engines as though for the assault and got out his ladders. But the following night he sent a scaling party of Persians and Chaldeans to climb the fortifications at the steepest point. The guide was a Persian who had served as a slave to one of the garrison in the citadel, and who knew a way down to the river by which one could get up. As soon as it became clear that the heights had been taken, all the Lydians without exception fled from the walls and hid wherever they could. At daybreak Cyrus entered the city and gave orders that not a man was to leave the ranks. Croesus, who had shut himself up inside his palace, cried out on Cyrus, and Cyrus left a guard round the building while he himself went to inspect the captured citadel. Here he found the Persians keeping guard in perfect order, but the Chaldean quarters were deserted, for the men had rushed down to pillage the town. Immediately he summoned their officers, and bade them leave his army at once. "I could never endure," he said, "to have undisciplined fellows seizing the best of everything. You know well enough," he added, "all that was in store for you. I meant to make all who served with me the envy of their fellows, but now," he said, "you cannot be surprised if you encounter someone stronger than yourselves on your way home." Fear fell on the Chaldeans at this, and they entreated him to lay aside his anger and vowed they would give back all the booty they had taken. He answered that he had no need of it himself. "But if," he added, "you wish to appease me, you will hand it over to those who stayed and guarded the citadel. For if my soldiers see that discipline means reward, all will be well with us." So the Chaldeans did as he bade them, and the faithful and obedient received all manner of good things. Then Cyrus made his troops encamp in the most convenient quarter of the town, and told them to stay at their post and take their breakfast there. That done, he gave orders that Croesus should be brought to him, and when he came into his presence, Croesus cried, "Hail, Cyrus, my lord and master! Fate has given you that title from now henceforward, and thus must I salute you." "All hail to you likewise," answered Cyrus. "We are both of us men, and tell me now," he continued, "would you be more willing to advise me as a friend?" "I should be more than glad," said Croesus, "to do you any good. It would mean good for myself, I know." "Listen then," answered Cyrus. "I see that my soldiers have endured much toil and encountered many dangers, and now they are persuaded that they have taken the wealthiest city in all Asia, after Babylon. I would not have them cheated of their recompense, seeing that if they win nothing by their labour, I know not how I can keep them obedient to me for long. Yet I am unwilling to give them this city over to plunder. I believe it would be utterly destroyed, and moreover I know full well that in plunder the worst villains win the most." To this Croesus answered, "Suffer me then to tell what Lydians I please that I have won your promise that the city shall not be sacked, nor their women and children made away with. I promise you in return that my men will bring you willingly everything that is costly and beautiful in Sardis. If I can announce such terms, I am certain there is not one treasure belonging to man or woman that will not be yours tomorrow. Further, on this day year, the city will overflow once more with wealth and beauty. But if you sack it, you will destroy the crafts in its ruin, and they, we know, are the wellspring of all loveliness. Howbeit, you need not decide at once. Wait and see what is brought to you. Send first," he added, "to my own treasuries, and let your guards take some of my own men with them." To all this Cyrus consented, and then he said, "And now, O Croesus, tell me one more thing. How did matters go between you and the oracle at Delphi? It is said that you did much reverence to Apollo and obeyed him in all things. "I could wish it had been so," said Croesus, "but, truth to say, from the beginning I have acted in all things against him." "How can that be?" said Cyrus. "Explain it to me, for your words seem strange indeed." "Because," he answered, "in the first place, instead of asking the god for all I wanted, I must needs put him to the test, to see if he could speak the truth. This," he added, "no man of honour could endure, let be the Godhead. Those who are doubted cannot love their doubters. And yet he stood the test. For though the things I did were strange, and I was many leagues from Delphi, he knew them all. And so I resolved to consult him about my children. At first he would not so much as answer me, but I sent him many an offering, some of gold and some of silver, and I propitiated him, as I deemed, by countless sacrifices. And at last he answered me when I asked him what I must do that sons might be born to me. He said they should be born, and so they were, in that he uttered no lie, but they brought me no joy. One of them was dumb his whole life long, and the noblest perished in the flower of his youth. And I, crushed by these sorrows, sent again to the god and asked him how I could live in happiness for the rest of my days. And he answered, 'Know thyself, O Croesus, and happiness shall be thine.' And when I heard the oracle I was comforted. I said to myself, 'The god has laid the lightest of tasks upon me, and promised me happiness in return. Some of his neighbours a man may know, and others not, but every one can know himself.' So I thought, and in truth so long as I was at peace I had no fault to find with my lot after my son's death. But when the Assyrian persuaded me to march against you I encountered every danger. Yet I was saved, I came to no harm. Once again, therefore, I have no charge to bring against the god. When I knew myself incapable of warring against you, he came to my help and saved mine and me. But afterwards, intoxicated by my wealth, cajoled by those who begged me to be their leader, tempted by the gifts they showered on me, flattered by all who said that if I would but lead them they would obey me to a man, and that I would be the greatest ruler in all the world, and that all their kings had met together and chosen me for their champion in the war, I undertook the generalship as though I were born to be the monarch of the world, for I did not know myself. I thought myself able to fight against you, you who are sprung from the seed of the gods, born of a royal line, trained in valour and virtue from your youth, while I believed that the first of my ancestors to reign won his freedom and his crown on the self-same day. For this dull ignorance of mine I see I am justly punished. But now at last, O Cyrus, he cried, now I know myself. And tell me, do you think the god will still speak truth? Do you think that, knowing myself, I can be happy now? I ask you, because you of all men have it in your power to answer best. Happiness is yours to give." Cyrus answered, "Give me time to deliberate, Croesus. I bear in mind your former happiness, and I pity you. I give you back at once your wife and your daughters, for they tell me you have daughters, and your friends and your attendants, they are yours once more. And yours it is to sit at your own table as you used to live. But battles and wars I must put out of your power." "Now by the gods above us," cried Croesus, "you need take no further thought about your answer. If you will do for me what you say, I shall live the life that all men called the happiest of lives, and I know that they were right." "And who," said Cyrus, "who was it that lived that life of happiness?" "My own wife," said Croesus. "She shared all my good things with me, my luxuries, my softest joys, but in the cares on which those joys were based, in war and battle and strife, she had no part or lot. Methinks you will provide for me as I provided for her whom I loved beyond all others in the world. And I must needs send to Apollo again, and send thank offerings." And as Cyrus listened he marvelled at the man's contentedness of soul, and for the future wherever he went he took Croesus with him, either because he thought he might be useful, or perhaps because he felt it was safer so. End of section 30. Recording by Emory. Section 31 of Cyropaedia, The Education of Cyrus by Xenophon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emory. Cyropaedia, The Education of Cyrus by Xenophon. Translated by H.D. DAKYNS. Book 7, Chapter 3. So for that night they rested. But the next day Cyrus called his friends and generals together, and told some to make an inventory of their treasures, and others to receive all the wealth that Croesus brought in. First they were to set aside for the gods all that the Persian priests thought fit, and then store the rest in coffers, weigh them, and pack them in wagons, distributing the wagons by lot to take with them on the march, so that they could receive their proper share at any convenient time. So they set about the work. Then Cyrus called some of his squires and said, "Tell me, have any of you seen Abradatas? I wonder that he who used to come to me so often is nowhere to be found." Then one of the squires made answer, "My lord, he is dead. He fell in the battle, charging straight into the Egyptian ranks. The rest, all but his own companions, swerved before their close array. And now," he added, "we hear that his wife has found his body and laid it in her own car, and has brought it here to the banks of the Pactolus. Her chamberlains and her attendants are digging a grave for the dead man upon a hill, and she, they say, has put her fairest raiment on him and her jewels, and she is seated on the ground with his head upon her knees." Then Cyrus smote his hand upon his thigh and leapt up and sprang to his horse, galloping to the place of sorrow, with 1,000 troopers at his back. He bade Gadatas and Gobryas take what jewels they could find to honour their dear friend and brave warrior who had fallen, and follow with all speed. And he bade the keepers of the herds, the cattle, and the horses drive up their flocks wherever they heard he was, that they might sacrifice on the grave. But when he saw Panthea seated on the ground and the dead man lying there, the tears ran down his cheeks, and he cried, "O noble and loyal spirit, have you gone from us?" Then he took the dead man by the hand, but the hand came away with his own. It had been hacked by an Egyptian blade. And when he saw that, his sorrow grew. And Panthea sobbed aloud and took the hand from Cyrus and kissed it and laid it in its place, as best she could, and said, "It is like that, Cyrus, but why should you see it?" And presently she said, "All this, I know, he suffered for my sake, and for yours too, Cyrus, perhaps as much. I was a fool. I urged him so to bear himself as become a faithful friend of yours, and he, I know, he never thought once for his own safety, but only of what he might do to show you his gratitude. Now he has fallen, without a stain upon his valour, and I, who urged him, I live on to sit beside his grave." And Cyrus wept silently for a while, and then he said, "Lady, this end was the noblest and the fairest that could be. He died in the hour of victory. Take these gifts that I have brought and adorn him." For now Gobryas and Gadatas appeared with store of jewels and rich apparel. "He shall not lack for honour," Cyrus said. "Many hands will raise this monument. It shall be a royal one, and we will offer such sacrifice as befits a hero. And you, lady," he added, "you shall not be left desolate. I reverence your chastity and your nobleness, and I will give you a guardian to lead you wheresoever you choose, if you will but tell me to whom you wish to go." And Panthea answered, "Be at rest, Cyrus. I will not hide from you to whom I long to go." Therewith Cyrus took his leave of her and went, pitying from his heart the woman who had lost so brave a husband, and the dead man in his grave, taken from so sweet a wife, never to see her more. Then Panthea bade her chamberlain stand aside, until, she said, "I have wept over him as I would." But she made her nurse stay with her, and she said, "Nurse, when I am dead, cover us with the same cloak." And the nurse entreated and besought her, but she could not move her, and when she saw that she did but vex her mistress, she sat down and wept in silence. Then Panthea took the scimitar, that had been ready for her so long, and drew it across her throat, and dropped her head upon her husband's breast, and died. And the nurse cried bitterly, but she covered the two with one cloak, as her mistress had bidden her. And when Cyrus heard what Panthea had done, he rushed out in horror to see if he could save her. And when the 3 chamberlains saw what had happened, they drew their own scimitars and killed themselves, there where she had bidden them stand. And when Cyrus came to that place of sorrow, he looked with wonder and reverence on the woman, and wept for her, and went his way, and saw that all due honour was paid to those who lay there dead, and the mighty sepulchre was raised above him, mightier, men say, than had been seen in all the world before. End of section 31. Recording by Emory. Section 32 of Cyropaedia, The Education of Cyrus by Xenophon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emory. Cyropaedia, The Education of Cyrus by Xenophon. Translated by H.G. DAKYNS. Book 7, Chapter 4. After this, the Carians, who were always at war and strife with one another, because their dwellings were fortified, sent to Cyrus and asked for aid. Cyrus himself was unwilling to leave Sardis, where he was having engines of artillery made and battery rams to overthrow the walls of those who would not listen to him. But he sent Audacius, a Persian, in his place, a man of sound judgment and a stout soldier, and withal a person of winning presence. He gave him an army, and the Cilicians and Cypriots were very ready to serve under him. That was why Cyrus never sent a Persian satrap to govern either Cilicia or Cyprus. He was always satisfied with the native kings, only exacted tribute and levied troops whenever he needed them. So Audacius took his army and marched to Caria, where he was met by the men of both parties, ready to receive him inside their walls to the detriment of their opponents. Audacius treated each in exactly the same way. He told whichever side was pleading that he thought their case was just, but it was essential that the others should not realize that he was their friend. For thus, you perceive, I will take them unprepared whenever I attack. He insisted they should give him pledges of good faith, and the Carians had to swear they would receive him without fraud or guile within their walls and for the welfare of Cyrus and the Persians. And on his side he was willing to swear that he would enter without fraud or guile himself and for the welfare of those who received him. Having imposed these terms on either party without the knowledge of the other, he fixed on the same night with both, entered the walls, and had the strongholds of both parties in his hands. At break of day he took his place in the midst with his army, and sent for the leading men on either side. Thus confronted with each other they were more than a little vexed, and both imagined they had been cheated. However, Audacius began. Gentlemen, I took an oath to you that I would enter your walls without fraud or guile, and for the welfare of those who received me. Now if I am forced to destroy either of you, I am persuaded I shall have entered to the detriment of the Carians. But if I give you peace, so that you can till your lands in safety, I imagine I shall have come for your welfare. Therefore from this day forward you must meet on friendly terms. Cultivate your fields without fear. Give your children to each other, and if anyone offends against these laws, Cyrus and ourselves will be his enemies. At that the city gates were flung wide open. The roads were filled with folk hurrying to one another. The fields were thronged with laborers. They held high festival together, and the land was full of peace and joyfulness. Meanwhile messengers came from Cyrus, inquiring whether there was need for more troops or siege engines. But Audacius answered, on the contrary, his present force was at Cyrus's service to employ elsewhere if he wished, and so drew off his army, only leaving a garrison in the citadels. Thereupon the Carians implored him to remain, and when he would not, they sent to Cyrus begging him to make Audacius their satrap. Meanwhile Cyrus had sent Hystaspes with an army into Phrygia on the Hellespont, and when Audacius came back he bade him follow, for the Phrygians would be more willing to obey Hystaspes if they heard that another army was advancing. Now the Hellenists on the seaboard offered many gifts and bargained not to receive the Asiatics within their walls, but only to pay tribute and serve wherever Cyrus commanded. But the king of Phrygia made preparations to hold his fortresses and not yield, and sent out orders to that effect. However, when his lieutenants deserted him and he found himself all alone, he had to put himself in the hands of Hystaspes and leave his fate to the judgment of Cyrus. Then Hystaspes stationed strong Persian garrisons in all the citadels and departed, taking with him not only his own troops but many mounted men and targeteers from Phrygia. And Cyrus sent word to Audacius to join Hystaspes, put himself at the head of those who had submitted and allow them to retain their arms, while those who showed a disposition to resist were to be deprived of their horses and their weapons and made to follow the army as slingers. While his lieutenants were thus employed, Cyrus sent out for Sardis, leaving a large force of infantry to garrison the place, and taking Croesus with him, and a long train of wagons laden with riches of every kind. Croesus presented an accurate inventory of everything in each wagon, and said, as he delivered the scrolls, "With these in your possession, Cyrus, you can tell whether your officers are handing over their freights in full or not." And Cyrus answered, "It was kindly done, Croesus, on your part, to take thought for this, but I have arranged that the freight should be in charge of those who are entitled to them, so that if the men steal, they steal their own property." With these words he handed the documents to his friends and officers to serve as checks on their own stewards. Cyrus also took Lydians in his train, allowing some to carry arms, those, namely, who were at pains to keep their weapons in good order, and their horses and chariots, and who did their best to please him. But if they gave themselves ungracious airs, he took away their horses and bestowed them on the Persians who had served him from the beginning of the campaign, burnt their weapons, and forced them to follow the army as slingers. Indeed, as a rule, he compelled all the subject population who had been disarmed to practice the use of the sling. It was, he considered, a weapon for slaves. No doubt there are occasions when a body of slingers, working with other detachments, can do excellent service. But, taken alone, not all the slingers in the world could face a mere handful armed with steel. Cyrus was marching to Babylon, but on his way he subdued the Phrygians of Greater Phrygia and the Cappadocians, and reduced the Arabians to subjection. These successes enabled him to increase his Persian cavalry till it was not far short of 40,000 men, and he had still horses left over to distribute among his allies at large. At length he came before Babylon with an immense body of cavalry, archers, and javelin men, besides slingers innumerable. End of section 32. Recording by Emory. Section 33 of Cyropaedia. The Education of Cyrus by Xenophon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emory. Cyropaedia, The Education of Cyrus by Xenophon. Translated by H.G. DAKYNS. Book 7, Chapter 5. When Cyrus reached the city, he surrounded it entirely with his forces, and then rode round the walls himself, attended by his friends and the leading officers of the allies. Having surveyed the fortifications, he prepared to lead off his troops, and at that moment a deserter came to inform him that the Assyrians intended to attack as soon as he began to withdraw, for they had inspected his forces from the walls and considered them very weak. This was not surprising, for the circuit of the city was so enormous that it was impossible to surround it without seriously thinning the lines. When Cyrus heard of their intention, he took up his post in the center of his troops with his own staff round him and sent orders to the infantry for the wings to double back on either side, marching past the stationary center of the line until they met in the rear exactly opposite himself. Thus the men in front were immediately encouraged by the doubling of their depth, and those who retired were equally cheered, for they saw that the others would encounter the enemy first. The two wings being united, the power of the whole force was strengthened, those behind being protected by those in front, and those in front supported by those behind. When the phalanx was thus folded back on itself, both the front and the rear ranks were formed of picked men, a disposition that seemed calculated to encourage valor and check flight. On the flanks, the cavalry and the light infantry were drawn nearer and nearer to the commander as the line contracted. When the whole phalanx was in close order, they fell back from the walls, slowly, facing the foe, until they were out of range. Then they turned, marched a few paces, and then wheeled round again to the left, and halted, facing the walls. But the further they got, the less often they paused, until, feeling themselves secure, they quickened their pace and went off in an uninterrupted march until they reached their quarters. When they were in camp, Cyrus called a council of his officers and said, "My friends and allies, we have surveyed the city on every side, and for my part I fail to see any possibility of taking by assault walls so lofty and so strong. On the other hand, the greater the population, the more quickly must they yield to hunger, unless they come out to fight. If none of you have any other scheme to suggest, I propose that we reduce them by blockade." Then Chrysantas spoke. "Does not the river flow through the middle of the city, and it is not at least a quarter of a mile in width?" "To be sure it is," answered Gobryas, "and so deep that the water would cover 2 men, one standing on the other's shoulders. In fact, the city is even better protected by its river than by its walls." At which Cyrus said, "Well, Chrysantas, we must forego what is beyond our power, but let us measure off at once the work for each of us, set to, and dig a trench as wide and as deep as we can, that we may need as few guards as possible." Thereupon Cyrus took all his measurements all around the city, and, leaving a space on either bank of the river large enough for a lofty tower, he had a gigantic trench dug from end to end of the wall, his men heaping up the earth on their own side. Then he set to work to build his towers by the river. The foundations were of palm trees, 100 feet long and more. The palm tree grows to a greater height than that, and under pressure it will curve upwards like the spine of an ass beneath a load. He laid these foundations in order to give the impression that he meant to besiege the town, and was taking precautions so that the river, even if it found its way into the trench, should not carry off his towers. Then he had other towers built along the mounds, so as to have as many guard posts as possible. Thus his army was employed, but the men within the walls laughed at his preparations, knowing they had supplies to last them more than 20 years. When Cyrus heard that, he divided his army into 12, each division to keep guard for 1 month of the year. At this the Babylonians laughed louder still, greatly pleased at the idea of being guarded by Phrygians and Lydians and Arabians and Cappadocians, all of whom they thought would be more friendly to themselves than to the Persians. However, by this time the trenches were dug, and Cyrus heard that it was a time of high festival in Babylon, when the citizens drink and make merry the whole night long. As soon as the darkness fell, he set his men to work. The mouths of the trenches were opened, and during the night the water poured in, so that the river bed formed a highway into the heart of the town. When the great stream had taken to its new channel, Cyrus ordered his Persian officers to bring up their thousands, horses and foot alike, each detachment drawn up 2 deep, the allies to follow in their old order. They lined up immediately, and Cyrus made his own bodyguard descend into the dry channel first, to see if the bottom was firm enough for marching. When they said it was, he called a council of all his generals and spoke as follows. My friends, the river has stepped aside for us. He offers us a passage by his own high road into Babylon. We must take heart and enter fearlessly, remembering that those against whom we are to march this night are the very men we have conquered before, and that too when they had their allies to help them, when they were awake, alert, and sober, armed to the teeth, and in their battle order. Tonight we go against them when some are asleep and some are drunk, and all are unprepared. And when they learn that we are within the walls, sheer astonishment will make them still more helpless than before. If any of you are troubled by the thought of volleys from the roofs, when the army enters the city, I bid you lay these fears aside. If our enemies do climb their roofs, we have a God to help us, the God of fire. Their porches are easily set aflame, for the doors are made of palm wood and varnished with bitumen, the very food of fire. And we shall come with the pine torch to kindle it, and with pitch and tow to feed it. They will be forced to flee from their homes or be burnt to death. Come, take your swords in your hand. God helping me, I will lead you on. Do you, he said, turning to Gadatas and Gobryas, show us the streets, you know them, and once we are inside, lead us straight to the palace. So we will, said Gobryas and his men, and it would not surprise us to find the palace gates unbarred, for this night the whole city is given over to revelry. Still, we are sure to find a guard, for one is always stationed there. Then, said Cyrus, there is no time for lingering, we must be off at once and take them unprepared. Thereupon they entered, and of those they met some were struck down and slain, and others fled into their houses, and some raised the hue and cry. But Gobryas and his friends covered the city with their shouts, as though they were revellers themselves. And thus, making their way by the quickest route, they soon found themselves before the king's palace. Here the detachment under Gobryas and Gadatas found the gates closed, but the men appointed to attack the guards rushed on them as they lay drinking round a blazing fire, and closed with them then and there. As the din grew louder and louder, those within became aware of the tumult, till, the king bidding them see what it meant, some of them opened the gates and ran out. Gadatas and his men, seeing the gates swing wide, darted in, hard on the heels of the others who fled back again, and they chased them at the sword's point into the presence of the king. They found him on his feet, with his drawn scimitar in his hand. By sheer weight of numbers they overwhelmed him, and not one of his retinue escaped. They were all cut down, some flying, others snatching up anything to serve as a shield and defending themselves as best they could. Cyrus sent squadrons of cavalry down the different roads with orders to kill all they found in the street, while those who knew Assyrian were to warn the inhabitants to stay indoors under pain of death. While they carried out these orders, Gobryas and Gadatas returned, and first they gave thanks to the gods and did obeisance because they had been suffering to take vengeance on their unrighteous king. And then they fell to kissing the hands and feet of Cyrus, shedding tears of joy and gratitude. And when it was day, and those who held the heights knew that the city was taken and the king slain, they were persuaded to surrender the citadel themselves. Cyrus took it over forthwith, and sent in a commandant and a garrison, while he delivered the bodies of the fallen to their kinsfolk for burial, and bade his heralds make proclamation that all the citizens must deliver up their arms. Wherever weapons were discovered in any house, all the inmates would be put to death. So the arms were surrendered, and Cyrus had them placed in the citadel for use in case of need. When all was done, he summoned the Persian priest and told them the city was the captive of his spear, and bade them set aside the first fruits of the booty as an offering to the gods, and mark out land for sacred Demesnes. Then he distributed the houses and the public buildings to those whom he counted his partners in the exploit. And the distribution was on the principle accepted, the best prizes to the bravest men, and if any thought they had not received their deserts, they were invited to come and tell him. At the same time he issued a proclamation to the Babylonians, bidding them till the soil and pay the dues and render willing service to those under whose rule they were placed. As for his partners the Persians, and such of his allies as elected to remain with him, he gave them to understand they were to treat as subjects the captives they received. After this Cyrus felt that the time was come to assume the style and manner that became a king, and he wished this to be done with the good will and concurrence of his friends and in such a way that, without seeming ungracious, he might appear but seldom in public and always with a certain majesty. Therefore he devised the following scheme. At break of day he took his station at some convenient place, and received all who desired speech with him, and then dismissed them. The people, when they heard that he gave audience, thronged to him in multitudes, and in the struggle to gain access there was much jostling and scheming, and no little fighting. His attendants did their best to divide the suitors, and introduce them in some order, and whenever any of his personal friends appeared, thrusting their way through the crowd, Cyrus would stretch out his hand and draw them to his side and say, "Wait, my friends, until we have finished with this crowd, and then we can talk at our ease." So his friends would wait, but the multitude would pour on, growing greater and greater, until the evening would fall before there had been a moment's leisure for his friends. All that Cyrus could do then was to say, "Perhaps, gentlemen, it is a little late this evening and time that we broke up. Be sure to come early tomorrow. I am very anxious myself to speak with you." With that his friends were only too glad to be dismissed and made off without more ado. They had done penance enough, fasting and waiting and standing all day long. So they would get to rest at last, but the next morning Cyrus was at the same spot and a much greater concourse of suitors round him than before, already assembled long before his friends arrived. Accordingly Cyrus had a cordon of Persian lancers stationed round him, and gave out that no one except his personal friends and the generals were to be allowed access, and as soon as they were admitted he said, "My friends, we cannot exclaim against the gods as though they had failed to fulfill our prayers. They have granted all we ask. But if success means that a man must forfeit his own leisure and the good company of all his friends, why, to that kind of happiness I would rather bid farewell. Yesterday," he added, "I make no doubt you observed yourselves that from early dawn till late evening I never ceased listening to petitioners, and today you see this crowd before us, larger still than yesterday's, ready with business for me. If this must be submitted to, I calculate that what you will get of me and I of you will be little enough, and what I shall get of myself will simply be nothing at all. Further," he added, "I foresee another absurd consequence. I, personally, having a feeling towards you which I need not state, but, of that audience yonder, scarcely one of them do I know at all. And yet they are all prepared to thrust themselves in front of you, transact their business, and get what they want out of me before any of you have a chance. I should have thought it more suitable myself that men of that class, if they wanted anything from me, should pay some court to you, my friends, in the hopes of an introduction. Perhaps you will ask why I did not so arrange matters from the first, instead of always appearing in public. Because in war it is the first business of a commander not to be behindhand in knowing what ought to be done and seeing that it is done, and the general who is seldom seen is apt to let things slip. But today, when war with its insatiable demands is over, I feel as if I have some claim myself to rest and refreshment. I am in some perplexity, however, as to how I can arrange matters so that all goes well, not only with you and me, but also with those whom we are bound to care for. Therefore I seek advice and counsel, and I would be glad to learn from any of you the happiest solution." Cyrus paused, and up rose Artabazus, the Mede, who had claimed to be his kinsman, and said, "You did well, Cyrus, to open this matter. Years ago, when you were still a boy, from the very first I longed to be your friend, but I saw you did not need me, and so I shrank from approaching you. Then came a lucky moment when you did have need of me to be your good messenger among the Medes with your order from Cyaxares, and I said to myself that if I did the work well, if I really helped you, I might become your comrade, and have the right to talk with you as often as I wished. Well, the work was done, and done so as to win your praise. After that the Hyrcanians joined us, the first friends we made, when we were hungry and thirsty for allies, and we loved them so much we almost carried them about with us in our arms wherever we went. Then the enemy's camp was taken, and I scarcely think you had the leisure to trouble your head with me. Oh, I quite forgave you. The next thing was that Gobryas became your friend, and I had to take my leave, and after him Gadatas, and by that time it was a real task to get hold of you. Then came the alliances with the Sakians and the Caudasians, and no doubt you had to pay them court. If they danced attendance on you, you must dance attendance on them. So that there I was, back again at my starting point, and yet all the while, as I saw you busy with horses and chariots and artillery, I consoled myself by thinking, when he is done with this he will have a little leisure for me. And then came the terrible news that the whole world was gathering in arms against us. I could not deny that these were important matters, but still I felt certain, if all went well, a time would come at last when you need not grudge me your company, and we should be together to my heart's content, you and I. Now the day has come. We have conquered in the great battle. We have taken Sardis and Babylon. The world is at our feet. And yesterday, by Mithras, unless I had used my fist 100 times, I swear I could never have got near you at all. Well, you grasped my hand and gave me greeting, and bade me wait beside you. And there I waited, the cynosure of every eye, the envy of every man, standing there all day long, without a scrap to eat or a drop to drink. So now, if any way can be found by which we who have served you longest can get the most of you, well and good. But, if not, pray send me as your messenger once more, and this time I will tell them they can all leave you, except those who were your friends of old." This appeal set them all laughing, Cyrus with the rest. Then Chrysantas the Persian stood up and spoke as follows. Formerly, Cyrus, it was natural and right that you should appear in public, for the reasons you have given us yourself, and also because we were not the folk you had to pay your court to. We did not need inviting. We were with you for our own sakes. It was necessary to win over the masses by every means, if they were to share our toils and our dangers willingly. But now you have won them, and not them alone. You have it in your power to gain others, and the moment has come when you ought to have a house to yourself. What would your empire profit you if you alone were left without hearth or home? Man has nothing more sacred than his home, nothing sweeter, nothing more truly his. And do you not think, he added, that we ourselves would be ashamed if we saw you bearing the hardships of the camp while we sat at home by our firesides? Should we not feel we have done you wrong, and taken advantage of you? When Chrysantas had spoken thus, many others followed him, and all to the same effect. And so it came about that Cyrus entered the palace, and those in charge brought the treasure from Sardis thither, and handed them over. And Cyrus, when he entered, sacrificed to Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, and to Zeus the Lord, and to any other gods named by the Persian priest. This done, he set himself to regulate the matters that remained. Thinking over his position, and the attempt he was making to govern an enormous multitude, preparing at the same time to take up his abode in the greatest of all famous cities, but yet a city that was as hostile to him as a city could be. Pondering all this, he concluded that he could not dispense with a bodyguard for himself. He knew well enough that a man can most easily be assassinated at his meals, or in his bath, or in bed, or when he is asleep, and he asked himself who were most to be trusted of those he had about him. A man, he believed, can never be loyal or trustworthy who is likely to love another more than the one who requires his guardianship. He knew that men with children, or wives, or favourites to whom they delight, must needs love them most, while eunuchs, who are deprived of all such dear ones, would surely make most account of him who could enrich them, or help them if they were injured, or crown them with honour. And in the conferring of such benefits he was disposed to think he could outbid the world. Moreover, the eunuch, being degraded in the eyes of other men, is driven to seek the assistance of some lord and master. Without some such protection there is not a man in the world who would not think he had the right to overreach a eunuch, while there was every reason to suppose that the eunuch would be the most faithful of all servants. As for the customary notion that the eunuch must be weak and cowardly, Cyrus was not disposed to accept it. He studied the indications to be observed in animals. A vicious horse, if gelded, will cease to bite and be restive, but he will charge as gallantly as ever. A bull that has been cut will become less fierce and less intractable, but he will not lose his strength. He will be as good as ever for work. Castration may cure a dog of deserting his master, but it will not ruin him as a watchdog or spoil him for the chase. So too with men. When cut off from his passion, they become gentler, no doubt, but not less quick to obey, not less daring as horsemen, not less skilful with the javelin, not less eager for honour. In war and in the chase they show plainly enough that the fire of ambition is still burning in their hearts, and they have stood the last test of loyalty in their downfall of their masters. No men have shown more faithfulness than eunuchs when ruin has fallen on their lords. In bodily strength perhaps the eunuchs seem to be lacking, but steel is the greater leveller, and makes the weak man equal to the strong in war. Holding this in mind, Cyrus resolved that his personal attendants, from his doorkeepers onwards, should be eunuchs one and all. This guard, however, he felt was hardly sufficient against the multitude of enemies, and he asked himself whom he could choose among the rest. He remembered how his Persians led the sorest of lives at home owing to their poverty, working long and hard on the niggard soil, and he felt sure they were the men who would most value the life at his court. Accordingly he selected 10,000 lancers from among them, to keep guard round the palace, night and day, whenever he was at home, and to march beside him whenever he went abroad. Moreover, he felt that Babylon must always have an adequate garrison, whether he was in the country or not, and therefore he stationed a considerable body of troops in the city, and he bade the Babylonians provide their pay, his object being to make the citizens helpless, and therefore humble and submissive. This royal guard that he established there, and the city guard for Babylon, survive to this day unaltered. Lastly, as he pondered how the whole empire was to be kept together, and possibly another added to it, he felt convinced that his mercenaries did not make up for the smallness of their numbers by the superiority of the subject peoples. Therefore he must keep together those brave warriors, to whom with heaven's help the victory was due, and he must take care that all they did not lose their valour, hardihood, and skill. To avoid the appearance of dictating to them, and to bring it about that they should see for themselves it was best to stay with him and remember their valour and their training, he called a council of the peers and of the leading men, who seemed to him most worthy of sharing their dangers and their rewards. And when they were met he began, "Gentlemen, My friends and allies, we owe the utmost thanks to the gods because they have given us what we believe that we deserved. We are masters today of a great country and a good, and those who till it will support us. We have houses of our own, and all the furniture that is in them is ours. For you need not think that what you hold belongs to others. It is an eternal law the wide world over, that when a city is taken in war, the citizens, their persons, and all their property fall into the hands of the conquerors. It is not by injustice, therefore, that you hold what you have taken. Rather it is through your own human kindness that the citizens are allowed to keep whatever they do retain. Yet I foresee that if we betake ourselves to the life of indolence and luxury, the life of the degenerate who think that labor is the worst of evils, and freedom from toil the height of happiness, the day will come, and speedily, when we shall be unworthy of ourselves, and with the loss of honor will come the loss of wealth. Once to have been valiant is not enough. No man can keep his valor unless he watch over it to the end. As the arts decay through neglect, as the body, once healthy and alert, will grow weak through sloth and indolence, even so the powers of the spirit, temperance, self-control, and courage, if we grow slack in training, fall back once more to rottenness and death. We must watch ourselves. We must not surrender to the sweetness of the day. It is a great work, methinks, to found an empire, but a far greater to keep it safe. To seize it may be the fruit of daring and daring only, but to hold it is impossible without self-restraint and self-command and endless care. We must not forget this. We must train ourselves in virtue from now henceforth with even greater diligence than before we won this glory, remembering that the more a man possesses, the more they are to envy him, to plot against him, and be his enemies. Above all, when the wealth he wins and the services he receives are yielded by reluctant hands. But the gods, we need not doubt, will be upon our side. We have not triumphed through injustice. We were not the aggressors. It was we who were attacked and we avenged ourselves. The gods are with us, I say, but next to that supreme support there is a defense we must provide out of our own powers alone, and that is the righteous claim to rule our subjects because we are better men than they. Needs must that we share with our slaves in heat and cold and food and drink and toil and slumber, and we must strive to prove our superiority even in such things as these, and first in these. But in the science of war and the art of it we can admit no share. Those whom we mean to make our laborers and our tributaries can have no part in that. We will set ourselves to defraud them there. We know that such exercises are the very tools of freedom and happiness, given by the gods to mortal men. We have taken their arms away from our slaves, and we must never lay our own aside, knowing well that the nearer the sword hilt, the closer the heart's desire. So, does any man ask himself what profit he has gained from the fulfillment of his dreams, if he must still endure, still undergo hunger and thirst and toil and trouble and care? Let him learn the lesson that a man's enjoyment of all good things is in exact proportion to the pains he has undergone to gain them. Toil is the seasoning of delight. Without desire and longing, no dish, however costly, could be sweet. Yes, if some spirit were to set before us what men desire most, and we were left to add for ourselves that final touch of sweetness, I say that we could only gain above the poorest of the poor in so far as we could bring hunger for the most delicious foods, and thirst for the richest wines, and weariness to make us woo the deepest slumber. Therefore, we must strain every nerve to win and to keep manhood and nobleness, so that we may gain that satisfaction which is the sweetest and the best, and be saved from the bitterest of sorrows, since to fail of good altogether is not so hard as to lose the good that has once been ours. And let us ask ourselves what excuse we could offer for being unworthy of our past. Shall we say it is because we have won an empire? Surely it is hardly fitting that the ruler should be baser than the ruled. Or is it that we seem to be happier today than heretofore? Is cowardice, then, an adjunct of happiness? Or is it simply because we have slaves and must punish them if they do wrong? But by what right can a man, who is bad himself, punish others for badness or stupidity? Remember, too, that we have arranged for the maintenance of a whole multitude, to guard our persons and our houses, and it would be shameful for us to depend for safety on the weapons of others and refuse to carry weapons for ourselves. Surely we ought to know that there can be no defense so strong as a man's own gallantry. Courage should be our companion for all days. For if virtue leave us, nothing else whatever can go well with us. What, then, would I have you do? How are we to remember our valor and train our skill? Gentlemen, I have nothing novel to suggest. At home in Persia the peers spend their days at the public buildings, and here we should do the same. Here we are the men of rank and honor, as we are there, and we should hold to the same customs. You must keep your eyes on me and watch whether I am diligent in my duty, and I shall give heed to you, and honour him who trains himself in what is beautiful and brave. And here to let us educate our sons, if sons are born to us. We cannot but become better ourselves if we strive to set the best example we can to our children, and our children could hardly grow up to be unworthy, even if they wished, when they see nothing base before them, and hear nothing shameful, but live in the practice of all that is beautiful and good. End of section 33. Recording by Emory.
Section 34 of Cyropedia, The Education of Cyrus, by Xenophon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cyropedia, The Education of Cyrus, by Xenophon, translated by H.G. DAKYNS. Book 8, Chapter 1. Such were the words of Cyrus. And Chrysantas rose up after him, saying, Gentlemen, this is not the first time I have had occasion to observe that a good ruler differs in no respect from a good father. Even as a father takes thought that blessings may never fail his children, so Cyrus would commend to us the ways by which we can preserve our happiness. And yet, on one point, it seemed to me he had spoken less fully than he might, and I will try to explain it for the benefit of those who have not learnt it. I would have you ask yourselves, was ever a hostile city captured by an undisciplined force? Did ever an undisciplined garrison save a friendly town? When discipline was gone, did ever an army conquer? Is ever disaster nearer than when each soldier thinks about his private safety only? Nay, in peace as in war, can any good be gained if men will not obey their betters? What city could be at rest, lawful, and orderly? What household could be safe? What ship sail home to her haven? And we, to what do we owe our triumph, if not to our obedience? We obeyed. We were ready to follow the call by night and day. We marched behind our leader, ranks that nothing could resist. We left nothing half done of all we were told to do. If obedience is the one path to win the highest good, remember, it is also the one way to preserve it. Now, in the old days, doubtless many of us ruled no one else. We were simply ruled. But today you find yourselves rulers, one and all of you, some over many and some over few. And just as you would wish your subjects to obey you, so we must obey those who are set over us. Yet there should be this difference between ourselves and slaves. A slave renders unwilling service to his lord, but we, if we claim to be freemen, must do of our own free will that which we see to be the best. And you will find, he added, that even when no single man is ruler, that city which is most careful to obey authority is the last to bow to the will of her enemies. Let us listen to the words of Cyrus. Let us gather round the public buildings and train ourselves, so that we may keep our hold on all we care for, and offer ourselves to Cyrus for this noble ends. Of one thing we may be sure, Cyrus will never put us to any service which can make for his own good and not for ours. Our needs are the same as his, and our foes the same. When Chrysantas had said his say, many others followed to support him, Persians and allies alike, and it was agreed that the men of rank and honor should be in attendance continually at the palace gates, ready for Cyrus to employ, until he gave them their dismissal. That custom is still in force, and to this day the Asiatics under the great king wait at the door of their rulers. And the measures that Cyrus instituted to preserve his empire, as set forth in this account, are still the law of the land, maintained by all the kings who followed him. Only as in other matters, so here, with a good ruler the government is pure, with a bad one corrupt. Thus it came about that the nobles of Cyrus and all his honorable men waited at his gates, with their weapons and their horses, according to the common consent of the gallant men who had helped to lay the empire at his feet. Then Cyrus turned to other matters, and appointed various overseers. He had receivers of revenue, controllers of finance, ministers of works, guardians of property, superintendents of the household. Moreover, he chose managers for his horses and his dogs, men who could be trusted to keep the creatures in the best condition and ready for use at any moment. But when it came to those who were to be his fellow guardians for the commonwealth, he would not leave the care and the training of these to others. He regarded that as his own personal task. He knew if he were ever to fight a battle, he would have to choose his comrades and supporters, the men on his right hand and left, from these and these alone. It was from them he must appoint his officers for horse and foot. If he had to send out a general alone, it would be from them that one must be sent. He must depend on them for satraps and governors over cities and nations. He would require them for ambassadors, and an embassy was, he knew, the best means for obtaining what he wanted without war. He foresaw that nothing could go well if the agents in his weightiest affairs were not what they ought to be, while, if they were, everything would prosper. This charge, therefore, he took upon his own shoulders, and he was persuaded that the training he demanded of others should also be undergone by himself. No man could rouse others to noble deeds if he fell short of what he ought to be himself. The more he pondered the matter, the more he felt the need of leisure, if he were to deal worthily with the highest matters. It was, he felt, impossible to neglect the revenues, in view of the enormous funds necessary for so vast an empire. Yet he foresaw that if he was always to be occupied with the multitude of his possessions, he would never have time to watch over the safety of the whole. As he pondered how he could compass both objects, the prosperity of the finances and the leisure he required, the old military organization came into his mind. He remembered how the captains of 10 supervised the squads of 10, and were supervised themselves by the company captains, and they by the captains of the thousands, and these by the captains of 10,000s, and thus even with hundreds of thousands, not a man was left without supervision, and when the general wished to employ his troops, one order to the captains of 10,000 was enough. On this principle Cyrus arranged his finances and held his departments together. In this way, by conferring with a few officers, he could keep the whole system under his control, and actually have more leisure for himself than the manager of a single household, or the master of a single ship. Finally, having thus ordered his own affairs, he taught those about him to adopt the same system. Accordingly, having gained the leisure he needed for himself and his friends, he could devote himself to his work of training his partners and colleagues. In the first place, he dealt with those who, enabled as they were to live on the labor of others, yet failed to present themselves at the palace. He would send for them and seek them out, convinced that attendance would be wholesome for them. They would be unwilling to do anything base or evil back. They would be unwilling to do anything base or evil in the presence of their king and under the eye of their noblest men. Those who were absent were so through self-indulgence, or wrongdoing, or carelessness. And I will now set forth how he brought them to attend. He would go to one of his most intimate friends and bid him lay hands on the property of the offender, asserting that it was his own. Then, of course, the truants would appear, at once crying out that they had been robbed. But somehow, for many days, Cyrus could never find leisure to hear their complaints, and when he did listen, he took care to defer judgment for many more. This was one way he had of teaching them to attend. Another was to assign the lightest and most profitable tasks to those who were punctual, and a third to give nothing whatever to the offenders. But the most effective of all, for those who paid no heed to gentler measures, was to deprive the truant of what he possessed and bestow it on him who would come when he was needed. By this process Cyrus gave up a useless friend and gained a serviceable one. To this day the king sends for and seeks out those who do not present themselves when they should. Such was his method with the truants. With those who came forward he felt, since he was their rightful leader, that he could best incite them to noble deeds by trying to show that he himself and all the virtues that became a man. He believed that men do grow better through written laws, and he held that the good ruler is a living law, with eyes that see, inasmuch as he is competent to guide and also to detect the sinner and chastise him. Thus he took pains to show that he was the more assiduous in his service to the gods the higher his fortunes rose. It was at this time that the Persian priests, the Magians, were first established as an order, and always at break of day Cyrus chanted a hymn and sacrificed to such of the gods as they might name. And the ordinances he established serve to this day at the court of the reigning king. These were the first matters in which the Persians set themselves to copy their prince, feeling their own fortune would be the higher if they did reverence to the gods, following the man who was fortune's favorite, and their own monarch. At the same time, no doubt, they thought they would please Cyrus by this. On his side, Cyrus looked on the piety of his subjects as a blessing to himself, reckoning as they do who prefer to sail in the company of pious men rather than with those who are suspected of wicked deeds. And he reckoned further that if all his partners were God-fearing, they would be the less prone to crime against each other or against himself, for he knew he was the benefactor of his fellows. And by showing plainly his own deep desire never to be unfair to friend or fellow combatant or ally, but always to fix his eyes on justice and rectitude, he believed he could induce others to keep from base actions and walk in the paths of righteousness. And he would bring more modesty, he hoped, into the hearts of men, if it were plain that he himself reverenced all the world, and would never say a shameful word to any man or woman, or do a shameful deed. He looked for this because he saw that, apart from kings and governors, who may be supposed to inspire fear, men will reverence the modest and not the shameless, and modesty in women will inspire modesty in the men who behold them. And his people, he thought, would learn to obey if it were plain that he honored frank and prompt obedience even above virtues that made a grander show and were harder to attain. Such was his belief, and his practice went with it to the end. His own temperance and the knowledge of it made others more temperate. When they saw moderation and self-control in the man who above all others had license to be insolent, lesser men were the more ready to abjure all insolence of their own. But there was this difference, Cyrus held, between modesty and self-control. The modest man will do nothing shameful in the light of day, but the man of self-control nothing base, not even in secret. Self-restraint, he believed, would best be cultivated if he made men see in himself one who could not be dragged from the pursuit of virtue by the pleasure of the moment, one who chose to toil first for the happy-hearted joys that go hand in hand with beauty and nobleness. Thus, being the man he was, he established at his gates a stately company, where the lower gave place to the higher, and they in their turn showed reverence to each other, and courtesy, and perfect harmony. Among them all there was never a cry of anger to be heard, nor burst of insolent laughter. To look at them was to know that they lived for honors and loveliness. Such was the life at the palace gates, and to practice his nobles in martial exercises he would lead them out to the hunt whenever he thought it well, holding the chase to be the best training for war and the surest way to excellence in horsemanship. A man learns to keep his seat, no matter what the ground may be, as he follows the flying quarry, learns to hurl and strike on horseback in his eagerness to bring down the game and win applause. And here, above all, was the field in which to inure his colleagues to toil and hardship, and cold and heat and hunger and thirst. Thus to this day the Persian monarch and his court spend their leisure in the chase. From all that has been said, It is clear Cyrus was convinced that no one has a right to rule who is not superior to his subjects, and he held that by imposing such exercises as these on those about him, he would lead them to self-control and bring to perfection the art and discipline of war. Accordingly, he would put himself at the head of the hunting parties, and take them out himself, unless he was bound to stay at home, and if he was, he would hunt in his parks among the wild creatures he had reared. He would never touch the evening meal himself until he had sweated for it, nor give his horses their corn until they had been exercised, and he would invite his own mace bearers to join him in the chase. Therefore he excelled in all knightly accomplishments, he and those about him, because of their constant practice. Such was the example he set before his friends. But he also kept his eye on others, and would single out those who worshipped noble deeds, and reward them with gifts, and high commands, and seats at festivals, and every kind of honor. And thus their hearts were filled with ambition, and every man longed to outdo his fellows in the eyes of Cyrus. But we seem to learn also that Cyrus thought it necessary for the ruler not only to surpass his subjects by his own native worth, but also to charm them through deception and artifice. At any rate he adopted the Median dress, and persuaded his comrades to do likewise. He thought it concealed any bodily defect, enhancing the beauty and stature of the wearer. The shoe, for instance, was so devised that a sole could be added without notice, and the man would seem taller than he really was. So also Cyrus encouraged the use of ointments to make the eyes more brilliant, and pigments to make the skin look fairer. And he trained his courtiers never to spit or blow the nose in public, or turn aside to stare at anything. They were to keep the stately air of persons whom nothing can surprise. There were all means to one end, to make it impossible for the subjects to despise their rulers. Thus he moulded the men he considered worthy of command by his own example, by the training he gave them, and by the dignity of his own leadership. But the treatment of those he prepared for slavery was widely different. Not one of them would he incite to any noble toil. He would not even let them carry arms, and he was careful that they should never lack food or drink in any manly sort. When the beaters drove the wild creatures into the plain, he would allow food to be brought for the servants, but not for the free men. On a march he would lead the slaves to the water springs, as he led the beasts of burden. Or when it was the hour of breakfast, he would wait himself till they had taken a snatch of food and stayed their wolfish hunger. And the end of it was they called him their father, even as the nobles did, because he cared for them, but the object of his care was to keep them slaves forever. Thus he secured the safety of the Persian Empire. He himself, he felt sure, ran no danger from the massages of the conquered people. He saw they had no courage, no unity, and no discipline, and, moreover, not one of them could ever come near him, day or night. But there were others whom he knew to be true warriors, who carried arms, and who held by one another, commanders of horse and foot, many of them men of spirit, confident, as he could plainly see, of their own power to rule, men who were in close touch with his own guards, and many of them in constant intercourse with himself, as indeed was essential if he was to make any use of them at all. It was from them that danger was to be feared, and that in 1,000 ways. How was he to guard against it? He rejected the idea of disarming them. He thought this unjust, and that it would lead to the dissolution of the empire. To refuse them admission into his presence, to show them his distrust, would be, he considered, a declaration of war. But there was one method, he felt, worth all the rest, an honorable method, and one that would secure his safety absolutely: to win their friendship if he could, and make them more devoted to himself than to each other. I will now endeavor to set forth the methods, so far as I conceive them, by which he gained their love. End of section 34. Section 35 of Cyropedia, The Education of Cyrus by Xenophon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cyropedia, The Education of Cyrus by Xenophon, translated by H.G. DAKYNS. Book 8, Chapter 2. In the first place, he never lost an opportunity of showing kindliness wherever he could, convinced that just as it is not easy to love those who hate us, so it is scarcely possible to feel enmity for those who love us and wish us well. So long as he had lacked the power to confer benefits by wealth, all he could do then was to show his personal care for his comrades and his soldiers, to labor in their behalf, manifest his joy in their good fortune and his sympathy in their sorrows, and try to win them in that way. But when the time came for the gifts of wealth, he realized that of all the kindnesses between man and man, none come with a more natural grace than the gifts of meat and drink. Accordingly, he arranged that his table should be spread every day for many guests in exactly the same way as for himself, and all that was set before him, after he and his guests had dined, he would send out to his absent friends, in token of affection and remembrance. He would include those who had won his approval by their work on guard, or in attendance on himself, or in any other service, letting them see that no desire to please him could ever escape his eyes. He would show the same honor to any servant he wishes to praise, and he had all the food for them placed at his own board, believing this would win their fidelity, as it would a dog's. Or, if he wished some friend of his to be courted by the people, he would single him out for such gifts. Even to this day the world would pay court to those who have dishes sent them from the great king's table, thinking they must be in high favor at the palace and can get things done for others. But no doubt there was another reason for the pleasure in such gifts, and that was the sheer delicious taste of the royal meats. Nor should that surprise us, for if we remember to what a pitch of perfection the other crafts are brought in great communities, we ought to expect the royal dishes to be wonders of finished art. In a small city, the same man must make beds and chairs and plows and tables, and often build houses as well. And indeed, he will be only too glad if he can find enough employers in all trades to keep him. Now it is impossible that a single man working at a dozen crafts can do them all well. But in the great cities, owing to the wide demand for each particular thing, a single craft will suffice for a means of livelihood, and often enough even a single department of that. There are shoemakers who will only make sandals for men, and others only for women. Or one artisan will get his living merely by stitching shoes, another by cutting them out, a third by shaping the upper leathers, and the fourth will do nothing but fit the parts together. Necessarily, the man who spends all his time and trouble on the smallest task will do that task the best. The art of the household must follow the same law. If one and the same servant makes the bed, spreads the table, kneads the dough, and cooks the various dishes, the master must take things as they come, there is no help for it. But when there is work enough for one man to boil the pot, and another to roast the meat, and a third to stew the fish, and a fourth to fry it, while someone else must bake the bread, and not all of it either, for the loaves must be of different kinds, and it will be quite enough if the baker can serve up one kind to perfection, it is obvious, I think, that in this way a far higher standard of excellence will be attained in every branch of the work. Thus it is easy to see how Cyrus could outdo all competitors in the grace of hospitality, and I will now explain how he came to triumph in all other services. Far as he excelled mankind in the scale of his revenues, he excelled them even more in the grandeur of his gifts. It was Cyrus who set the fashion, and we are familiar to this day with the open-handedness of Oriental kings. There is no one, indeed, in all the world whose friends are seen to be as wealthy as the friends of the Persian monarch. No one adorns his followers in such splendor of rich attire. No gifts are so well known as his, the bracelets and the necklaces, and the charges with the golden bridles. For in that country no one can have such treasures unless the king has given them. And of whom but the great king could it be said that, through the splendor of his presence, he could steal the hearts of men and turn them to himself, away from brothers, fathers, sons? Who but he could stretch out an arm and take vengeance on his enemies, when yet they were months and months away? Who but Cyrus ever won an empire in war, and when he died was called father by the people he overcame? A title that proclaims the benefactor and not the robber. Indeed, we are led to think that the offices called the king's eyes and the king's ears came into being through this system of gifts and honors. Cyrus's munificence toward all who told him what it was well for him to know set countless people listening with all their ears and watching with all their eyes for news that might be of service to him. Thus there sprang up a host of king's eyes and king's ears, as they were called, known and reputed to be such. But it is a mistake to suppose that the king has one chosen eye. It is little that one man can see or one man hear, and to hand over the office to one single person would be to bid all others go to sleep. Moreover, his subjects would feel they must be on their guard before the man they knew was the king's eye. The contrary is the case. The king will listen to any man who asserts that he has heard or seen anything that needs attention. Hence the saying that the king has 1,000 eyes and 1,000 ears, and hence the fear of uttering anything against his interest, since he is sure to hear, or doing anything that might injure him, since he may be there to see. So far, therefore, from venturing to breathe a syllable against Cyrus, every man felt that he was under the eye and within the hearing of a king who was always present. For this universal feeling towards him I can give no other reason than his resolve to be a benefactor on a most mighty scale. It is not surprising, no doubt, that being the wealthiest of men, he could outdo the world in the splendor of his gifts. The remarkable thing was to find a king outstrip his courtiers in courtesy and kindness. There was nothing, so the story runs, that could ever shame him more than to be outdone in courtesy. Indeed, a saying of his is handed down comparing a good king to a good shepherd. The shepherd must manage his flock by giving them all they need, and the king must satisfy the needs of his cities and his subjects if he is to manage them. We need not wonder, then, that with such opinions his ambition was to excel mankind in courtesy and care. There was a noble illustration of his philosophy in the answer we are told he gave to Croesus, who had taken him to task, saying his lavish gifts would bring him to beggary, although he could lay by more treasures for himself than any man had ever had before. Cyrus, it is said, asked him in return, "How much wealth do you suppose I could have amassed already, had I collected gold as you bid me, ever since I came to my empire?" And Croesus named an enormous sum. Then Cyrus said, "Listen, Croesus, here is my friend Hystaspas, and you must send with him a man that you can trust." Then turning to Hystaspas, "Do you," he said, "go round to my friends and tell them that I need money for certain enterprise, and that is true, I do need it. Bid each of them write down the amount he can give me, seal the letter, and hand it to the messenger of Croesus, who will bring it here." Thereupon Cyrus wrote his wishes and put his seal on the letter and gave it to Hystaspas to carry around. Only he added a request that they should all welcome Hystaspas as a friend of his. And when the messengers came back, the officer of Croesus carrying the answers, Hystaspas cried, "Cyrus, my lord, you must know I am a rich man now. I have made my fortune, thanks to your letter. They have loaded me with gifts." And Cyrus said, "There, Croesus, that is treasure number one. And now run through the rest, and count what sums I have in hand, in case I need them." And Croesus counted and found, so the story tells us, that the sum was far larger than the amount he had said would have been lying in the treasury, if only Cyrus had made a hoard. At this discovery Cyrus said, so we are told, "You see, Croesus, I have my treasures too, only you advise me to collect them and hide them, and be envied and hated because of them, and set mercenaries to guard them, putting my trust in hirelings. But I hold to it, that if I make my friends rich, they will be my treasures themselves, and far better guards too for me and all we have, than if I set hired watchmen over my wealth. And I have somewhat else to say. I tell you, Croesus, There is something the gods have implanted in our souls, and there they have made us all beggars alike, something I can never overcome. I too, like all the rest, am insatiate of riches. Only in one respect I fancy I am different. Most men, when they have more wealth than they require, bury some of it underground, and let some of it rot, and some they count and measure, and they guard it, and they air it, and give themselves a world of trouble, and yet for all their wealth they cannot eat more than they have stomach for. They would burst asunder if they did, nor wear more clothes than they can carry. They would die of suffocation. And so their extra wealth means nothing but extra work. For my part, I serve the gods, and I stretch out my hands for more and more. Only when I have got what is beyond my own requirements, I piece out the wants of my friends, and so, helping my fellows, I purchase their love and their goodwill, and out of these I garner security and renown, fruits that can never rot, rich meats that can work no mischief, for glory, the more it grows, the grander it becomes, and the fairer, and the lighter to be borne. It even gives a lighter step to those who bear it. One thing more, Crassus, I would have you know. The happiest men, in my judgment, are not the holders of vast riches and the masters who have the most to guard. Else the sentinels of our citadels would be the happiest of mortals, seeing they guard the whole wealth of the state. He, I hold, has won the crown of happiness who has had the skill to gain wealth by the paths of righteousness, and use it for all that is honorable and fair. That was the doctrine Cyrus preached, and all men could see that his practice matched his words. Moreover, he observed that the majority of mankind, if they live in good health for long, will only lay by such stores and requisites as may be used by a healthy man, and hardly care at all to have appliances at hand in case of sickness. But Cyrus was at the pains to provide these. He encouraged the ablest physicians of the day by his liberal payments, and if ever they recommended an instrument or a drug or a special kind of food or drink, he never failed to procure it and have it stored in the palace. And whenever any one fell sick among those who had peculiar claims on his attentions, he would visit them and bring them all they needed, and he showed especial gratitude to the doctors if they cured their patients by the help of his own stores. These measures, and others like them, he adopted to win the first place in the hearts of those whose friendship he desired. Moreover, the contests he proclaimed and the prizes he offered to awaken ambition and desire for gallant deeds are redounded to his own glory as a man who had the pursuit of nobleness at heart, while they bred strife and bitter rivalry among the champions themselves. Further, he laid it down that in every matter needing arbitration, whether it were a suit at law or a trial of skill, the parties should concur in their choice of a judge. Each would try to secure the most powerful man he knew and the one most friendly to himself, and if he lost, he envied his successful rival and hated the judge who had declared against him, while the man who won claimed to win because his case was just and felt he owed no gratitude to anybody. Thus, all who wished to be first in the affection of Cyrus, just as others in democratic states were full of rancor against each other. In fact, most of them would sooner have seen their rivals exterminated than join with them for a common good. Such are some of the devices by which he made the ablest of his subjects more attached to himself than to one another. End of section 35. Section 36 of Cyropedia, The Education of Cyrus by Xenophon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cyropedia, The Education of Cyrus by Xenophon, translated by H.G. DAKYNS. Book 8, Chapter 3. I will now describe the first public progress that Cyrus made, for the very solemnity of the ceremony was one of the articles by which he won reference for his government. The day before it he summoned the officers of state, the Persians and the others, and gave them all the splendid Median dress. This was the first time the Persians wore it, and as they received the robes, he said that he wished to drive in his chariot to the sacred precincts and offer sacrifice with them. "You will present yourself at my gates," he added, "before the sun rises, attired in these robes, and you will take your places where Pheraulas the Persian bids you on my behalf. As soon as I lead the way, you will follow in your appointed order, and if any of you should think of some change to heighten the beauty and stateliness of our procession, you will acquaint me with it, I pray, on our return. It is for us to see that all is done in the manner you feel to be most beautiful and best." With that, Cyrus gave the most splendid robes to his chief notables, and then he brought out others, for he had stores of Median garments, purple and scarlet and crimson and glowing red, and gave a share to each of his generals, and said to them, "Adorn your friends as I have adorned you." Then one of them asked him, "And you, O Cyrus, when will you adorn yourself?" But he answered, "It is not adornment enough for me to have adorned you. If I can but do goods to my friends, I shall look glorious enough, whatever robe I wear." So his nobles took their leave, and sent for their friends and put the splendid raiment on them. Meanwhile Cyrus summoned Pheraulas, knowing that while he was a man of the people, he was also quick-witted, a lover of the beautiful, prompt to understand and to obey, and one who had ever an eye to please his master. It was he who had supported Cyrus long ago, when he proposed that honor should be given in proportion to desert. And now Cyrus asked him how he thought the procession might be made most beautiful in the eyes of friends and most formidable in sight of foes. So they took counsel and were of the same mind, and Cyrus bade Pheraulas see that all was done on the morrow as they had agreed. "I have issued orders," he added, "for all to obey you in the matter, but to make them the more willing, take these tunics yourself, and give them to the captains of the guard, and these military cloaks for the cavalry officers, and these tunics for those who command the chariots." So Pheraulas took the raiment and departed, and when the generals saw him, they met him with shouts and cries. "A monstrous fine fellow you are, Pheraulas," said one. "You are to give us orders, it seems." "Oh yes," said Pheraulas, "and carry your baggage too. Here I come with 2 cloaks, as it is, one for you and another for somebody else. You must choose whichever you like the best." At that the officer put out his hand to take the cloak. He had clean forgotten his jealousy, and fell to asking Pheraulas which he had better choose. And Pheraulas gave his advice, adding, "But if you inform against me, and let out that I gave you the choice, the next time I have to wait upon you, you will find me a very different sort of serving man." Thus he distributed the gifts he brought, and then he saw to the arrangements for the procession, so that everything should be as far as possible. On the morrow all things were ready before daybreak, ranks lining the road on either hand, as they do to this day when the king is expected to ride abroad. No one may pass within the lines unless he is a man of mark, and constables were posted with whips to use at any sign of disturbance. In front of the palace stood the imperial guard of lancers, 4,000 strong, drawn up 4 deep on either side of the gates, and all the cavalry were there, the men standing beside their horses, with their hands wrapped in their cloaks, as is the custom to this day for every subject when the king's eye is on him. The Persians stood on the right, and the allies on the left, and the chariots were posted in the same way, half on one side and half on the other. Presently the palace gates were flung open, and at the head of the procession were led out the bulls for sacrifice, beautiful creatures, 4 and 4 together. They were to be offered to Zeus and to any other gods that the Persian priests might name. For the Persians think it of more importance to follow the guidance of the learned in matters pertaining to the gods than in anything else whatever. After the oxen came horses, an offering to the sun, then a white chariot with a golden yoke, hung with garlands and dedicated to Zeus, and after that the white car of the sun, wreathed like the one before it, and then a third chariot, the horses of which were caparisoned with scarlet trappings, and behind walked men carrying fire upon a mighty hearth. And then at last Cyrus himself was seen, coming forth from the gates in his chariot, wearing his tiara on his head, and a purple tunic shot with white, such as none but the king may wear, and trews of scarlet, and a cloak of purple. Round his tiara he wore a diadem, and his kinsmen wore the same, even as the custom is to this day. And the king's hand hung free outside his cloak. Beside him stood a charioteer. He was a tall man, but he seemed to be dwarfed by Cyrus. Whether it was really so, or whether there was some artifice at work, Cyrus towered above him. At the sight of the king the whole company fell on their faces. Perhaps some had been ordered to do this, and so set the fashion, or perhaps the multitude were really overcome by the splendor of the pageant, and the sight of Cyrus himself, stately and tall and fair, for hitherto none of the Persians had done obeisance to Cyrus. And now, as the chariot moved onwards, the 4,000 lancers went before it, 2,000 on either side, and close behind came the mace bearers, mounted on horseback, with javelins in their hands, 300 strong. Then the royal steeds were led past, with golden bridles and striped housings, 200 and more, and then followed 2,000 spearmen, and after them the squadron of cavalry first formed, 10,000 men, 100 deep and 100 riding abreast, with Chrysantas at their head. And behind them the second body of the Persian horse, 10,000 more, in the same order, under Hystaspes, and then again 10,000 under Dataemus, and others behind them under Gaidatas, and after them the Median cavalry, and then the Armenians, the Hyrcanians, the Cadusians, and the Sakians in their order, and after the cavalry a squadron of war chariots drawn up 4 deep, with Artabatas the Persian in command. All along the route thousands of men followed outside the barriers with petitions to Cyrus. Accordingly, he sent his mace bearers, who rode beside him for the purpose, 3 on either side of his chariot, bidding them tell the crowd of suitors, if they had need of anything, to acquaint one of the cavalry officers, and he would speak for them. So the petitioners withdrew, and fell to marching along the lines of the cavalry, considering whom they should address. Cyrus meanwhile would send messengers to the friends he wished to be courted, saying to them, "If any man appeals to you, and you think nothing of what he says, pay no heed to him, but if his request seems just, report it to me, and we will discuss it together and arrange matters for him." As a rule, the officers so summoned did not loiter, but dashed up at full speed, glad to enhance the authority of Cyrus and to show their own allegiance. But there was a certain Daipharnes, a person of somewhat boorish manners, who fancied that he would make a show of greater independence if he did not hurry himself. Cyrus noted this, and quietly, before the man could reach him, sent another messenger to say he had no further need of him, and that was the last time Daipharnes was ever summoned. And when the next officer rode up in front of Daipharnes, though sent for after him, Cyrus presented him with a horse from his train, and bade one of his mace bearers lead it wherever he wished. The people saw in this a high mark of honor, and a great crowd than ever paid their court to the favored man. When the procession reached the sacred precincts, sacrifice was offered to Zeus, a whole burnt offering of bulls, and a whole burnt offering of horses to the sun, and then they sacrificed to the earth, slaying the victims as the Persian priests prescribed, and then to the heroes who hold the Syrian land. And when the rites were done, Cyrus, seeing that the ground was suitable for racing, marked out a goal and a course half a mile in length, and bade the cavalry and the chariots match their horses against each other, tribe by tribe. He himself raced among his Persians, and won with ease, for he was far the best horseman there. The winner among the Medes was Artabazus, the horse he rode being a gift from Cyrus. The Syrian race was won by their chieftain, the Armenian by Tigranes, the Hyrcanian by the general's son, and the Sakian by a private soldier who left all his rivals half the course behind him. Cyrus, so the story says, asked the young man if he would take a kingdom for his course. "No kingdom for me," answered the soldier, "but I would take the thanks of a gallant fellow." "Well," said Cyrus, "I would like to show you where you could hardly fail to hit one, even if you shut your eyes." "Be so good as to show me now," said the Sakian, "and I will take aim with this clod," picking up one from the ground. Then Cyrus pointed to a group of his best friends, and the other shut his eyes and flung the clod, and it struck Pheraulas as he galloped by, bearing some message from Cyrus. But he never so much as turned, flashing past on his errand. Then the Sakian opened his eyes and asked whom he had hit. "Nobody, I assure you," said Cyrus, "who is here." "And nobody who is not, of course," said the young man. "Oh yes, you did," answered Cyrus. "You hit that officer over there, who is riding so swiftly past the chariot lines." "And how is it," asked the other, "that he does not even turn his head?" "Half-witted, probably," said Cyrus. Whereat the young man rode off to see who it was, and found Pheraulas, with his chin and beard all begrimed and bloody, gore trickling from his nostrils where the clod had struck him. The Sakian cried out to know if he was hit. "As you see," answered Pheraulas. "Then," said the other, "let me give you my horse." "But why?" asked Pheraulas. And so the Sakian had to tell him all about the matter, adding, "And after all, you see, I did not miss a gallant fellow." "Oh," said Pheraulas, "if you had been wise you would have chosen a richer one, but I take your gift with all my thanks. And I pray the gods," he added, "who let me be your target, to help me now, and see that you may never regret your gift. For the present, mount my horse yourself and ride back. I will be with you shortly." So they exchanged steeds and parted. The winner of the Cadusian race was Rufinus. Then followed chariot races, tribe by tribe, as before, and to all the winners Cyrus gave goblets of price and oxen, that they might have the wherewithal for sacrifice and feasting. He himself took an ox for his own meed, but he gave all the goblets to Pheraulas, to show his approval of the arrangements for the march. And the manner of that procession, then first established by Cyrus, continues to this day, the same in all things, save that the victims are absent when there is no sacrifice. And when it was over, the soldiers went back to the city, and took up their quarters for the night, some in houses, and some with their regiments. Now Pheraulas had invited the Sakian who had given him the horse, and he entertained him with the best he had, and set before him a full board, and after they had dined, he filled the goblets Cyrus had given him, and drank to his guest, and offered them all to him. And the Sakian looked around on the rich and costly rugs, and the beautiful furniture, and the train of servants, and cried, "Tell me, Pheraulas, do you belong to wealthy folk at home?" "Wealthy folk indeed," cried Pheraulas, "men who live by their hands, you mean. My father, I can tell you, had worked enough to rear me and get me a boy's schooling. He had to toil hard and live sparely, and when I grew to be a lad, he could not afford to keep me idle. He took me to a farm in the country and set me there to work it. Then it was my turn, and I supported him while he lived, digging with my own hands and sowing the seed in a ridiculous little plot of ground. And yet it was not a bad bit of soil either, but as good and as honest earth as ever you saw. Whatever seed it got from me, it paid me back again, and so prettily and carefully and duly, principal and interest both. Not that the interest was very much, I won't say it was, though once or twice, out of pure generosity, That land gave me twice as much as I put into it. That's how I used to live at home in the old days. Today it's different, and all that you see here I owe to Cyrus." Then the Sakian cried, "Oh, lucky fellow, lucky in everything, and most of all in coming to wealth from beggary. I know your riches must taste the sweeter because you hungered for them first, and now are full." But Pheraulas answered, "Do you really think, my friend, that my joy in life has grown with the growth of my wealth? Do you not know," he went on, "that I neither eat nor drink nor sleep with any more zest than I did when I was poor? What I get by all these goods is simply this: I have more to watch over, more to distribute, and more trouble in looking after more. I have a host of servants now, one set asking me for food, another for drink, another for clothing, and some must have the doctor. And then a herdsman comes, carrying the carcass of some poor sheep mangled by the wolves, or perhaps with an ox that has fallen down a precipice. Or maybe he has to tell me that a murrain has broken out among my flocks. It seems to me," Pheraulas ended, "that I suffer more today through having much than ever I did before through having nothing." "But heaven help us!" cried the Sakian. "Surely, when it is all safe, to see so much of your own must make you much happier than me." "I assure you, my friend," said Pheraulas, "the possession of riches is nothing like so sweet as the loss of them is painful. And here is a proof for you. No rich man lies awake from pure joy at his wealth. But did you ever know a man who could close his eyes when he was losing?" "No," said the Sakian, "nor yet one who could drop asleep when he was winning." "True enough," answered the other, "and if having were as sweet as getting, the rich would be 1,000 times more happy than the poor. And remember, stranger," he added, "a man who has much must spend much on the gods and his friends and his guests, and if he takes intense delight in his riches, spending will cause him intense annoyance." "Upon my word," said the Sakian, "for myself, I am not that sort of man at all. To have much and to spend much is just my idea of perfect happiness." "Heavens!" cried Pheraulas, "what a chance for us both! You can win perfect happiness now, this instant, and make me happy too. Here, take all these things for your own, make what use of them you please, and as for me, you can keep me as your guest, only much more cheaply if you like. It will be quite enough for me to share whatever you have yourself." "You are jesting," said the Sakian. But Pheraulas swore with all solemnity that he spoke in earnest. "Yes, my friend," he added, "and there are other matters that I can arrange for you with Cyrus: freedom from military service, or attendance at the gates. All you will have to do will be to stay at home and grow rich. I will do the rest on your behalf and mine. And if I win any treasure through my service at court or in the field, I will bring it home to you, and you will be lord of more. Only," he added, "you must free me from the responsibility of looking after it. For if you give me leisure from these cares, I believe you will be of great use to Cyrus and myself." So the talk ended, and they struck a bargain on these terms, and kept it. And the Sakian thought he had found happiness because he was the master of much wealth, and the other felt he was in bliss because he had got a steward who would leave him leisure to do what he liked best. For the character of Pheraulas was amiable, he was a loving comrade, and no service seemed so sweet to him or so helpful as the service of man. Man, he believed, was the noblest of the animals and the most grateful. Praise, Pheraulas saw, will reap counter-praise, kindness will stir kindness in return, and goodwill, goodwill. Those whom men know to love them, they cannot hate, and in a way no other animals will. They cherish their parents in life and in death, and requite their care. All other creatures, in short, compared with man, are lacking in gratitude and heart. Thus Pheraulas was overjoyed to feel that he could now be quit of anxiety for his wealth, and devote himself to his friends, while the Sakian was delighted with all that he had and all that he could use. The Sakian loved Pheraulas because he was for ever adding something to the store, and Pheraulas loved the Sakian because he was willing to assume the entire burden, and however much the cares increased, he never broke into the other's leisure. Thus those two lived their lives. End of section 36. Section 37 of Cyropedia, The Education of Cyrus by Xenophon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cyropedia, The Education of Cyrus by Xenophon, translated by H.G. DAKYNS, Book 8, Chapter 4. Now Cyrus offered sacrifice and held high festival for his victories, and he summoned to the feast those of his friends who bore him most affection and had shown most desire to exalt him. With them were bidden Artabazus the Mede, and Tigranes the Armenian, and the commander of the Hyrcanian cavalry, and Gobryas. Gadatas was the chief of the mace bearers, and the whole household was arranged as he advised. When there were guests at dinner, Gadatas would not sit down, but saw to everything, and when they were alone, he sat at meat with Cyrus, who took delight in his company, and in return for all his services he was greatly honored by Cyrus, and that led to more honors for others. As the guests entered, Gadatas would show each man to his seat, and the places were chosen with care. The friend whom Cyrus honored most was placed on his left hand. That was the side most open to attack. The second on his right, the third next to the left-hand guest, and the fourth next to the right, and so on, whatever the number of guests might be. Cyrus thought it should be known how much each man was honored, for he saw that where the world believes merit will win no crown and receive no proclamation, there the spirit of emulation dies. But if all see that the best man gains most, then the rivalry grows keen. Thus it was that Cyrus marked out the men he favored by the seat of honor and the order of precedence. Nor did he assign the honorable place to one friend for all time. He made it a law that by good deeds a man might rise into a higher seat, or through sloth descend into a lower, and he would have felt ashamed if it were not known that the guests most honored at his table received most favors at his hands. These customs that arose in the reign of Cyrus continue to our time, as we can testify. While they were at the feast that day, It struck Gobryas that though there was nothing surprising in the abundance and variety at the table of one who was lord over so vast an empire, yet it was strange that Cyrus, who had done such mighty deeds, should never keep any dainty for himself, but must always be at pains to share it with the company. More than once also he saw Cyrus send off to an absent friend some dish that had chanced to please him, so that by the time they had finished their meal all the viands had been given away by Cyrus, and the board was bare. Then Gobryas said, "Truly, Cyrus, until today I used to think it was in generalship that you outshone other men the most, but by heaven, I say now it's not in generalship at all, it is generosity." "Maybe," said Cyrus, "at least I take far more pride in this work than in the other." "How can that be?" asked Gobryas. "Because," said he, "the one does good to man and the other injury." Presently, as the wine went round and round, Hystaspas turned to Cyrus and said, "Would you be angry, Cyrus, if I asked something I long to know?" "On the contrary," answered Cyrus, "I should be vexed if I saw you silent when you longed to ask." "Tell me then," said the other, "have you ever called me and found I refused to come?" "What a question," said Cyrus, "of course not." "Well, have I ever been slow in coming?" "No, never." "Or failed to do anything you ordered?" "No," said Cyrus, "I have no fault to find at all." "Whatever I had to do, I always did it eagerly and with all my heart, did I not?" "Most assuredly," answered Cyrus. "Then why, Cyrus, why, in heaven's name, have you singled out Chrysantas for a more honourable seat than me?" "Shall I really tell you?" asked Cyrus in his turn. "By all means," said the other. "And you will not be annoyed if I tell you the plain truth?" "On the contrary, it will comfort me to know I have not been wronged." "Well then, Chrysantas never waited to be called. He came on his own accord on our behalf, and he made it his business to do, not merely what he was ordered, but whatever he thought would help us. When something had to be said to the allies, he would not only suggest that was fitting for me to say myself, he would guess what I wanted the allies to know, but could not bring myself to utter, since it was about myself, and he would say it for me, as though it were his own opinion. In fact, for everything of the kind, he was nothing less to me than a second and better self. And now he is always insisting that what he has already got is quite enough for himself, and always trying to discover something more for me. He takes a greater pride and joy in all my triumphs than I do myself." "By Hera," said Hystaspas, "I am right glad I asked you. Only one thing puzzles me. How am I to show my joy at your success? Shall I clap my hands and laugh, or what shall I do?" "Dance the Persian dance, of course," said Artabazus, and all the company laughed. And as the drinking deepened, Cyrus put a question to Gobryas. "Tell me, Gobryas, would you be better pleased to give your daughter to one of our company today than the day when you met us first?" "Well," said Gobryas, "am I also to tell the truth?" "Certainly," said Cyrus, "no question looks for a lie." "Then," said Gobryas, "I assure you I would far rather give her in marriage today." "Can you tell us why?" said Cyrus. "That I can," said he. "Say on, then." "At that time I saw, it is true, the gallant manner in which your men endured toil and danger, but today I see the modesty with which they bear success. And I believe, Cyrus, that the man who takes good fortune well is further to seek than he who can endure adversity. For success engenders insolence in many hearts, while suffering teaches sobriety and fortitude. And Cyrus said, Hystaspas, did you hear the saying of Gobryas? I did indeed, he answered, and if he has many more as good, he will find me a suitor for his daughter, a far more eager one than if he had shown me all his goblets. Well, said Gobryas, I have many such written down at home, and you may have them all if you take my daughter to wife. And as for goblets, he added, since it seems you cannot away with them, perhaps I might give them to Chrysantas, to punish him for having filled your seat. Listen to me, said Cyrus, Hystaspas, and all of you. If you will but tell me, any of you, when you propose to marry, you would soon discover what a clever advocate you had in me. But Gobryas interposed. And if one of us wants to give his daughter in marriage, to whom should he apply? To me also, answered Cyrus. I assure you, I am adept in the art. What art is that? Chrysantas inquired. The art of discerning the wife to suit each man. Then by all the gods, said Chrysantas, tell me what sort of wife would do for me. In the first place, he answered, she must be short, for you are not tall yourself, and if you married a tall maiden and wanted to give her a kiss when she stood up straight, you would have to jump to reach her like a little dog. Your advice is straight enough, said Chrysantas, and I am but a sorry jumper at the best. In the next place, Cyrus went on, a flat nose would suit you very well. A flat nose, said the other. Why? Because your own is high enough, and flatness, you may be sure, will go best with height. You might as well say, retorted Chrysantas, that one who has dined well, like myself, is best matched with the dinnerless. Quite so, answered Cyrus. A full stomach is high, and an empty paunch is flat. And now, said Chrysantas, in heaven's name, tell us the bride for a flat king. But at this Cyrus laughed outright, and all the others with him, and the laughter still rang loud when Hystaspas said, There is one thing, Cyrus, that I envy in your royal state more than all the rest. And what is that? Said Cyrus. That though you are flat, you can raise a laugh. Ah, said Cyrus, what would you give to have as much said of you? To have it reported on all sides and wherever you wished to stand well that you were a man of wit? Thus they bantered each other and gave jest for jest. Then Cyrus brought out a woman's attire and ornaments of price and gave them to Tigranes as a present for his wife, because she had followed her husband so manfully to the war, and he gave a golden goblet to Artabazus, and a horse to the Hyrcanian leader, and many another splendid gift among the company. And to you, Gobryas, said he, I will give a husband for your daughter. Let me be the gift, said Hystaspas, and then I shall get those writings. But have you a fortune on your side, asked Cyrus, to match the bride's? Certainly I have, he answered. I may say 20 times as great. And where, asked Cyrus, may those treasures be? At the foot of your throne, he answered, my gracious lord. I ask no more, said Gobryas, and held out his right hand. Give him to me, Cyrus, he said. I accept him. At that Cyrus took the right hand of Hystaspas and laid it in the hand of Gobryas, and the pledge was given and received. Then Cyrus gave beautiful gifts to Hystaspas for his bride, and he drew Chrysantas to his breast and kissed him. Thereupon Artabazus cried, "Heaven help us, Cyrus! The goblet you gave me is not of the fine gold you have given Chrysantas now." "Well," said Cyrus, "you shall have the same one day." "When?" asked the other. 30 years hence," said Cyrus. "I will wait," said Artabazus. "I will not die. Be ready for me." And then the banquet came to an end. The guests rose, and Cyrus stood up with them and conducted them to the door. But on the morrow he arranged that all the allies and all who had volunteered should be sent back to their homes, all except those who wished to take up their abode with him. To these he gave grants of land and houses still held by their descendants, Medes for the greater part, and Hyrcanians. And to those who went home he gave many gifts, and sent them away well content, both officers and men. After this he distributed among his own soldiers all the wealth he had taken at Sardis, choice gifts for the captains of 10,000, and for his own staff in proportion to their deserts, and the rest in equal shares, delivering to every captain one share, with orders to divide it among their subordinates, as he had divided the whole among them. Thereupon each officer gave to the officers directly under him, judging the worth of each, until it came to the captains of 6, who considered the cases of the privates in their own squads, and gave each man what he deserved. And thus every soldier in the army received an equitable share. But after the distribution of it all, there were some who said, "How rich Cyrus must be, to have given us all so much." "Rich?" cried others. "What do you mean? Cyrus is no money maker. He is more glad to give than to get." When Cyrus heard of this talk and the opinions held about him, he gathered together his friends and the chief men of the state, and spoke as follows: "Gentlemen and friends of mine, I have known men who were anxious to have it thought they possessed more than they really had, thinking this would give them an air of freedom and nobility. But in my opinion the result was the very opposite of what they wished. If it is thought that a man has great riches and does not help his friends in proportion to his wealth, he cannot but appear ignoble and niggardly. There are others," he went on, "who would have their wealth forgotten, and these I look upon as traitors to their friends. For it must often happen that a comrade is in need, and yet hesitates to tell them because he does not know how much they have, and so he is kept in the dark and left to starve. The straightforward course, it seems to me, is always to make no secret of our own resources, but to use them all, whatever they are, in our efforts to win the crown of honor. Accordingly, I am anxious to show you all my possessions so far as they can be seen, and to give you a list of the rest." With these words he proceeded to point out his visible treasures, and he gave an exact account of those that could not be shown. He ended by saying, "All these things, gentlemen, you must consider yours as much as mine. I have collected them, not that I might spend them on myself or waste them in my own use. I could not do that if I tried. I keep them to reward him who does a noble deed, and to help any of you who may be in want of anything, so that you may come to me and take what you require." Such were the words of Cyrus. End of section 37. Section 38 of Cyropedia, The Education of Cyrus by Xenophon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cyropedia, The Education of Cyrus by Xenophon, translated by H.G. DAKYNS. Book 8, Chapter 5. But now that all was well in Babylon, and Cyrus felt he might leave the land, he began to prepare for a march to Persia, and sent out orders to his men. And when he had all he needed, the steeds were yoked, and he set off. And here we will explain how it was that so vast a host could unpack and pack again without a break of order, and take up a position with such speed wherever it was desired. Whenever the king is on the march, his attendants, of course, are provided with tents, and encamps with him, winter and summer alike. From the first, the Cyrus made it a custom to have his tent pitched facing east, and later on he fixed the space to be left between himself and his lancers, and then he stationed his bakers on the right and his cooks on the left, the cavalry on the right again, and the baggage train on the left. Everything else was so arranged that each man knew his own quarters, their position and their size. When the army was packing up after a halt, each man put together the baggage he used himself, and others placed it on the animals, so that at one and the same moment all his bearers came to the baggage train, and each man laid his load on his own beasts. Thus all the tents could be struck in the same time as one, and it was the same when the baggage had to be unpacked. Again, in order that the necessaries should be prepared in time, each man was told beforehand what he had to do, and thus all the divisions could be provided for as speedily as one. And just as the serving men had their appointed places, so the different regiments had their own stations, adapted to their special style of fighting, and each detachment knew their quarters and went to them without hesitation. Even in a private house, orderliness, Cyrus knew, was a most excellent thing. Every one, if he needed anything, would then know where to get it, but he held it still more desirable for the arrangement of an army, seeing that the moment for action passes far more quickly in war, and the evil from being too late is far more grave. Therefore he gave more thought and care to order and arrangement than to anything else. His own position, to begin with, must be at the center of the camp, as this was the safest place, and next to him must come his most faithful followers, as their habit was. Beyond these, in a ring, lay the cavalry and the charioteers, for Cyrus held to it that these troops also needed a safe position. Their equipment could not be kept at hand for them, and if they were to be of any use at all, they needed considerable time for arming. The targeteers were placed to left and right of the cavalry, and the bowmen in front and rear. Finally, the heavy armed troops and those who carried the huge shields surrounded the whole encampment like a wall, so that in case of need, if the cavalry had to mount, the steadiest troops would stand firm in front and let them arm in safety. He insisted that the targeteers and archers should, like the soldiers of the line, sleep at their posts, in case of alarm at night, and be ready at any moment, while the infantry dealt with the assailants at close quarters, to hurl darts and javelins at them over the others' heads. Moreover, all the generals had standards on their tents, And just as an intelligent serving man in a city will know most of the houses, at any rate of the most important people, so the squires of Cyrus knew the ways of the camp and the quarters of the generals and the standards of each. Thus, if Cyrus needed any one, they had not to search and seek, but could run by the shortest road and summon him at once. Owing to this clear arrangement, it was easy to see where good discipline was kept and where duty was neglected. With these dispositions, Cyrus felt that if an attack should be made, by night or day, the enemy would find not so much a camp as an ambuscade. Nor was it enough, he considered, for a real master of tactics to know how to extend his front without confusion, or deepen his ranks, or get from column into line, or wheel round quickly when the enemy appeared on the right or the left or in the rear. The true tactician must also be able to break up his troops into small bodies, whenever necessary, and place each division exactly where it would be of the greatest use. He must know how to quicken speed when it was essential to forestall the enemy. These and 100 other operations are part of his science, and Cyrus studied them all with equal care. On the march he varied the order constantly to suit the needs of the moment, but for the camp, as a rule, he adopted the plan we have described. And now, when the march had brought them into Media, Cyrus turned aside to visit Cyaxares. After they had met and embraced, Cyrus began by telling Cyaxares that a place in Babylon and an estate had been set aside for him so that he might have a residence of his own whenever he came there, and he offered him other gifts, most rich and beautiful. And Cyaxares was glad to take them from his nephew, and then he sent for his daughter, and she came carrying a golden crown, and bracelets, and a necklace of wrought gold, and the most beautiful Median robe, as splendid as could be. The maiden placed the crown upon the head of Cyrus, and as she did so, Cyaxares said, "I will give her to you, Cyrus, my own daughter, to be your wife. Your father wedded the daughter of my father, and you are their son, and this is the little maid whom you carried in your arms when you were with us as a lad." And whenever she was asked whom she meant to marry, she would always answer, "Cyrus. And for her dowry, I will give her the whole of Media, since I have no lawful son." So he spoke, and Cyrus answered, "Cyaxares, I can but thank you myself for all you offer me, the kinship and the maiden and the gifts. But I must lay the matter before my father and my mother before I accept, and then we will thank you together." That was what Cyrus said, but none the less he gave the maiden the gifts he thought would please her father, and when he had done so, he marched on home to Persia. And when he reached the borders of his fatherland, he left the mass of his troops on the frontier, and went forward alone with his friends to the city, leading victims enough for all the Persians to sacrifice and hold high festival. And he brought special gifts for his father and his mother and his friends of old, and for the high officers of state, the elders, and all the Persian peers. And he gave every Persian man and every Persian woman such bounties as the king confers today whenever he visits Persia. After this, Cambyses gathered together the elders of the land and the chief officers who have authority in the highest matters, and spoke as follows: "Men of Persia, and Cyrus my son, both of you are dear to me and must needs be dear. I am the king of my people and the father of my son. Therefore I am bound to lay before you openly all that I believe to be for the good of both. In the past, the nation has done great things for Cyrus by giving him an army and appointing him the leader, and Cyrus, God helping him, has made my Persians famous in all the world by his leadership, and crowned you with glory in Asia. Of those who served with him, he has made the bravest wealthy for life, and given sustenance and full pay to numbers. By founding the cavalry, he has won the plains for Persia. If your hearts are still the same in future, all of you will bless each other. But if you, my son, would be puffed up by your present fortune, and attempt to rule the Persians for your own advantage, as you rule the rest of the world, or if you, my people, should envy this man's power and try to drive him from his throne, I tell you, you will cut each other off from many precious things. Therefore, that this should never be, and only good be yours, I counsel you to offer sacrifice together, and call the gods to witness and make a covenant. You, Cyrus, shall vow to resist with all your strength any man who attacks our land of Persia, or tries to overthrow our laws. And you, my people, must promise that if rebels attempt to depose Cyrus, or if his subjects revolt, you will render aid to him and to yourselves in whatever way he wishes. Now, so long as I live, the kingdom of Persia is and continues mine, but when I die it passes to Cyrus, if he is still alive, and whenever he visits Persia, it should be a holy custom for him to offer sacrifice on your behalf, even as I do now, and when he is abroad, it will be well for you, I think, if the member of our family, whom you count the noblest, fulfills the sacred rites. Cambyses ended, and Cyrus and the officers of Persia agreed to all he said. They made the covenant and called the gods to witness, and to this day they keep it still, the Persians and the great king. And when it was done, Cyrus took his leave and came back to Media. There, with the full consent of his father and his mother, he wedded the daughter of Cyaxares, the fame of whose beauty has lasted to this day. And after the marriage, the steeds were yoked, and they set out for Babylon. End of section 38. Section 39 of Cyropedia, The Education of Cyrus by Xenophon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cyropedia, The Education of Cyrus by Xenophon, translated by H.G. DAKYNS, Book 8, Chapter 6. When he was in Babylon once more, he thought it would be well to appoint satraps and set them over the conquered tribes. Yet he did not wish the commandants in the citadels and the captains in charge of the garrisons throughout the country to be under any authority but his own. Herein he showed his foresight, realizing that if any satrap became insolent and rebellious, relying on his own wealth and the numbers at his back, he would at once find the power to oppose him within his own district. In order to carry out this plan, Cyrus resolved to summon a council of the leading men and explain the terms on which the satraps who went would go. In this way, he thought, they would not feel aggrieved, whereas if a man found himself appointed and then learned the restrictions for the first time, he might well take it ill, fancying it a sign of personal mistrust. So it was that Cyrus called a council and spoke as follows: "Gentlemen and friends of mine, you are aware that we have garrisons and commandants in the cities we conquered stationed there at the time. I left them with orders simply to guard the fortifications, and not meddle with anything else. Now I do not wish to remove them from their commands, for they have done their duty nobly. But I propose to send others, satraps, who will govern the inhabitants, receive the tribute, give the garrisons their pay, and discharge all necessary dues. Further, I think it right that certain of you, who live here and yet on whom I may lay the task of traveling to these nations and working for me among them, should possess houses there and estates where tribute may be brought them, and where they may find a place of their own to lodge in." With these words he assigned houses and districts to many of his friends among the lands he had subdued, and to this day their descendants possess the estates, although they reside at court themselves. "Now," he added, "we must choose for the satraps who are to go abroad persons who will not forget to send us anything of value in their districts, so that we who are at home may share in all the wealth of the world. For if any danger comes, it is we who must ward it off." With that he ended for the time, but later on he came to know what friends of his were ready and willing to go on the terms prescribed. He selected those he thought best qualified for the work, and sent Megabazus to Arabia, Artabatus to Cappadocia, Artacamas to Greater Phrygia, Chrysantas to Lydia and Susia, Adusius, whom the Carians had asked for themselves, to Caria, and Pharnucus to Aeolia and Phrygia by the Hellespont. But to Cilicia, Cyprus, and Paphlagonia Cyrus sent no satraps, because they had shown their willingness to march against Babylon. Tribute, however, was imposed on them, as on the others. In accordance with the rules then laid down by Cyrus, the citadel garrisons and the captains of the guard are to this day appointed directly by the king, and have their names on the royal list. All satraps whom Cyrus sent out were ordered to do as they saw him doing. Each was to raise a body of cavalry and a chariot force from the Persians and the allies who went out with him, and all who received grants of land and official residences were to present themselves at the palace gates, study temperance and self-control, and hold themselves in readiness for the service of their satrap. Their boys were to be educated at the gates, as with Cyrus, and the satrap was to lead his nobles out to hunt, and train himself and his followers in the art of war. "Whichever of you," Cyrus added, "can show the greatest number of chariots in proportion to his power, and the largest and finest body of cavalry, I will honor him as my best ally and most faithful fellow guardian of the Persian Empire. Let the best men always have the preference at your courts, as they have at mine. Give them seats of honor as I do, and let your table be spread, as mine is, not only for your own household, but for your friends also, and for the honor of him who may accomplish any noble deed. You must lay out parks and breed game, and never touch food until you have toiled for it, nor give your horses fodder until they have been exercised. I am but a single man, with only human strength and human virtue, and I could not by myself preserve the good things that are yours. I must have good comrades to help me in goodness, and only thus can I be your defender. And you, likewise, if you are to help me, must be good yourselves, and have good men at your side. Remember that I have not spoken unto you as unto slaves. What I say you ought to do, I strive to do myself. And even as I bid you follow me, so I would have you teach those in authority under you to follow you. Such were the principles then laid down by Cyrus, and to this day all the royal garrisons are appointed in the same manner, the gates of all the governors are thronged in the same way, the houses, great and small, are managed in the same fashion, everywhere the most distinguished guests are given seats of honor, every province is visited on the same system, and everywhere the threads of numberless affairs are gathered into the hands of a few superiors. Having given these instructions, Cyrus assigned a body of troops to each of his satraps, and sent them out to their provinces, bidding them to be ready for a campaign in the new year, and for a review of their soldiers, their weapons, their horses, and their chariots. And here I may notice another custom also instituted by Cyrus. It is said, and still enforced today, every year a progress of inspection is made by an officer at the head of an army to help any satrap who may require aid, or bring the insolent to their senses, and if there has been negligence in the delivery of tribute, or the protection of the inhabitants, or the cultivation of the soil, or indeed any omission of duty whatsoever, the officer is there to put the matter right, or if he cannot do so himself, to report it to the king, who decides what is to be done about the offender. The announcements so often made, such as "the king's son is coming down," or "the king's brother," or "the king's eye," refer to these inspectors, but sometimes no one appears, for any moment the officer may be turned back at the king's command. We hear of another arrangement, devised to meet the huge size of the empire and enable the king to learn with great celerity the state of affairs at any distance. Cyrus first ascertained how far a horse could travel in one day without being overridden, and then he had a series of posting stations built, one day's ride apart, with relays of horses and grooms to take care of them, and a proper man in charge of each station to receive the dispatches and hand them on, take over the jaded horses and men, and furnish fresh ones. Sometimes, we are told, this post does not even halt at night. The night messenger relieves the day messenger and rides on. Some say that when this is done, the post travels more quickly than the crane can fly, and whether that is true or not, there is no doubt it is the quickest way in which a human being can travel on land. To learn of events so rapidly and be able to deal with them at once is of course a great advantage. After a year has passed, Cyrus collected all his troops at Babylon, amounting, it is said, to 120,000 horse, 2,000 scythe-bearing chariots, and 600,000 foot. Then, seeing that all was got together, he set out for that campaign of his, on which, the story says, he subdued the nations from the borders of Syria as far as the Red Sea. After that there followed, we are told, the expedition against Egypt and its conquest. From that time toward, his empire was bounded on the east by the Red Sea, on the north by the Euxine, on the west by Cyprus and Egypt, and towards the south by Ethiopia. Of these outlying districts some were scarcely habitable, owing to heat or cold, drought or excessive rain, but Cyrus himself always lived at the center of his dominions, 7 months in Babylon during the winter season, where the land is warm and sunny, 3 months in Susa in the spring, and during the height of summer in Ecbatana, so that for him it was springtime all the year. Towards him the disposition of all men was such that every nation felt they had failed unless they could send Cyrus the treasures of their land, plants or animals, or works of art. And every city felt the same, and every private person counted himself on the road to riches if he could do Cyrus some special service, for Cyrus took only such things as they had in abundance, and gave them in return what he saw they lacked. End of section 39.
Section 40 of Cyropedia, The Education of Cyrus, by Xenophon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim McDougall. Cyropedia, The Education of Cyrus, by Xenophon. Translated by H.G. DAKYNS. Book 8, Chapter 7. Thus the years passed on, and Cyrus was now in a ripe old age, and he journeyed to Persia for the 7th time in his reign. His father and mother were long since dead in the course of nature, and Cyrus offered sacrifice according to the law, and led the sacred dance of his Persians after the manner of his forefathers, and gave gifts to every man according to his wont. But one night, as he lay asleep in the royal palace, he dreamt a dream. It seemed to him that someone met him, greater than a man, and said to him, "Set your house in order, Cyrus. The time has come, and you are going to the gods." With that, Cyrus awoke out of sleep, and he all but seemed to know that the end of his life was at hand. Straightway he took victims and offered sacrifice to Zeus, the god of his fathers, and to the sun, and all the other gods, on the high places where the Persians sacrifice. And then he made this prayer: "Zeus, God of my fathers, and thou, O sun, and all ye gods, accept this sacrifice, my offering for many a noble enterprise, and suffer me to thank you for the grace ye have shown me, telling me all my life, by victims and by signs from heaven, by birds and by the voices of men, what things I ought to do, and what I ought to refrain from doing. Deep is my thankfulness that I was able to recognize your care, and never lifted up my heart too high, even in my prosperity. I beseech you now to bless my children also, and my wife, and my friends, and my fatherland, and for myself, may my death be as my life has been." Then Cyrus went home again, and lay down on his bed, for he longed to rest. And when the hour was come, his attendants came to him and bade him take his bath. But he said he would rather rest, and others came afterwards at the usual time to set the meal before him. But he could not bring himself to take food, he seemed only to thirst, and drank readily. It was the same the 2nd day, and the 3rd, and then he called his sons to his side. It chanced that they had followed him to Persia, and he summoned his friends also, and the chief magistrates of the land, and when they were all met, he began: "My sons and friends of mine, the end of my life is at hand. I know it by many signs, and when I am dead, you must show by word and deed that you think of me as happy. When I was a child, I had all the joys and triumphs of a child, and I reaped the treasures of youth as I grew up, and all the glories of a man when I came to man's estate. And as the years passed, I seemed to find my powers grow with them, so that I never felt my old age weaker than my youth,
nor can I think of anything I attempted or desired wherein I failed. Moreover, I have seen my friends made happy by my means, and my enemies crushed beneath my hand. This, my fatherland, which was once of no account in Asia, I leave at the height of power, and of all that I won I think I have lost nothing. Throughout my whole life I have fared as I prayed to fare, and the dread that was ever with me, lest in days to come I might see or hear or suffer evil, this dread would never let me think too highly of myself, or rejoice as a fool rejoices. And if I die now, I leave my sons behind me, the sons the gods have given me, and I leave my fatherland in happiness and my friends. Surely I may hope that men will count me blessed and cherish my memory. And now I must leave instructions about my kingdom, that there be no dispute among you after my death. Sons of mine, I love you both alike, but I choose the elder born, the one whose experience of life is the greater, to be the leader in counsel and the guide in action. Thus was I trained myself in the fatherland that is yours and mine, to yield to my elders, my brothers or my fellow citizens, in the street, or in the place of meeting, or in the assembly for debate. And thus have I trained both of you, to honor your elders and be honored by those who are younger than yourselves. These are the principles that I leave with you, sanctioned by time, ingrained in your customs, embodied in our laws. The sovereignty is yours, Cambyses. The gods have given it to you, and I also, as far as in me lies, and to you, Tana Oxares, I give the satrapy over the Medes and the Armenians and the Cadusians, these three, and though I leave your elder brother a larger empire in the name of king, your inheritance will bring you, I believe, more perfect happiness than his. I ask myself what human joy will be lacking to you. All things which gladden the hearts of men will be yours, but the craving for what is out of reach, the load of cares, the restless passion to rival my achievements, the plots and counterplots, they will follow him who wears the crown, and they are things, be well assured, that leave little leisure for happiness. And you, Cambyses, you know of yourself, without words from me, that your kingdom is not guarded by this golden scepter, but by faithful friends. Their loyalty is your true staff, a scepter which shall not fail. But never think that loyal hearts grow up by nature as the grass grows in the field. If that were so, the same men would be loyal to all alike, even as all natural objects are the same to all mankind. No, every leader must win his own followers for himself, and the way to win them is not by violence, but by loving kindness. And if you would seek for friends to stand by you and guard your throne, who so fit to be the first of them as he who has sprung from the selfsame loins? Our fellow citizens are nearer to us than foreigners, and our messmates dearer than strangers. And what of those who are sprung from the same seed, suckled at the same breast, reared in the same home, loved by the same parents, the same mother, the same father? What the gods have given to be the seal of brotherhood, do not make of none effect yourselves, but build upon it. Make it the foundation for other loving deeds, and thus the love between you shall never be overcome. The man who takes thought for his brother cares for his own self. For who but a brother can win glory from a brother's greatness? Who can be honored as a brother can through a brother's power? Or who so safe from injury as the brother of the great? Let no one, Tana Oxares, be more eager than yourself to obey your brother and support him. To no one can his triumph or his danger come so near. Ask yourself from whom you could win a richer reward for any kindness. Who could give you stouter help in return for your own support? And where is coldness so ugly as between brothers? Or where is reverence so beautiful? And remember, Cambyses, only the brother who holds preeminence in a brother's heart can be safe from the jealousy of the world. I implore you both, my sons, by the gods of our fathers, hold each other in honor, if you care at all to do me pleasure, and none of you can say you know that I shall cease to be when I cease to live this life of ours. With your bodily eyes you have never seen my soul, and yet you have discerned its presence through its working. And have you never marked the terrors which the spirits of those who have suffered wrong can send into the hearts of their murderers, and the avenging furies they let loose upon the wicked? Think you the honours of the dead could still abide, if the souls of the departed were altogether powerless? Never yet, my sons, could I be persuaded that the soul only lives so long as she dwells within this mortal body, and falls dead so soon as she is quit of that. Nay, I see for myself that it is the soul which lends life to it while she inhabits there. I cannot believe that she must lose all sense on her separation from the senseless body, but rather that she will reach her highest wisdom when she is set free, pure and untrammeled at last. And when this body crumbles in dissolution, we see the several parts thereof return to their kindred elements, but we do not see the soul, whether she stays or whether she departs. Consider, he went on, how these two resemble one another, death and his twin brother sleep. And it is in sleep that the soul of a man shows her nature most divine, and is able to catch a glimpse of what is about to be. For it is then perhaps that she is nearest to her freedom. Therefore, if these things are as I believe, and the spirit leaves the body behind and is set free, reverence my soul, O sons of mine, and do as I desire. And even if it be not so, if the spirit must stay with the body and perish, yet the everlasting gods abide, who behold all things, with whom is all power, who uphold the order of the universe unmarred, unaging, unerring, unfathomable in beauty and in splendor. Fear them, my sons, and never yield to sin or wickedness, in thought or word or deed. And after the gods, I would have you reverence the whole race of man, as it renews itself forever. For the gods have not hidden you in the darkness, but your deeds will be manifest in the eyes of all mankind. And if they be righteous deeds and pure from iniquity, they will blazon forth your power. But if you meditate evil against each other, you will forfeit the confidence of every man. For no man can trust you, even though he should desire it, if he sees you wrong him, whom above all you are bound to love. Therefore, if my words are strong enough to teach you your duty to one another, it is well. But if not, let history teach you, and there is no better teacher. For the most part, parents have shown kindness to their children and brothers and to their brothers, but it has been otherwise with some. Look, then, and see which conduct has brought success. Choose to follow that, and your choice will be wise. And now maybe I have said enough of this. As for my body, when I am dead, I would not have you lay it up in gold or silver or any coffin whatsoever, but give it back to the earth with all speed. What could be more blessed than to lie in the lap of earth, the mother of all things beautiful, the nurse of all things good? I have been a lover of men all my life, and methinks I would fain become a part of that which does good to man. And now, he added, now it seems to me that my life begins to ebb. I feel my spirit slipping away from those parts she leaves the first. If you would take my hand once more, or look into my eyes while life is there, draw near me now. But when I have covered my face, let no man look on me again, not even you, my sons. But you shall bid the Persians come, and all our allies, to my sepulchre, and you shall rejoice with me and congratulate me that I am safe at last, free from suffering or sorrow, whether I am with God or whether I have ceased to be. Give all who come the entertainment that is fitting in honor of a man whose life on earth was happy, and so send them away. Remember my last saying, show kindness to your friends, and then shall you have it in your power to chastise your enemies. Goodbye, my dear sons. Bid your mother goodbye for me. And all my friends who are here or far away, goodbye. And with these words he gave his hand to them, and then he covered his face and died. End of section 40. Section 41, of Cyropedia, The Education of Cyrus, by Xenophon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim McDougall. Cyropedia, The Education of Cyrus, by Xenophon. Translated by H.G. DAKYNS. Book 8, Chapter 8, and Epilog. Of all the powers in Asia, the kingdom of Cyrus showed itself to be the greatest and most glorious. On the east it was bounded by the Red Sea, on the north by the Euxine, on the west by Cyprus and Egypt, and on the south by Ethiopia. And yet the whole of this enormous empire was governed by the mind and will of a single man, Cyrus. His subjects he cared for and cherished as a father might care for his children, and they who came beneath his rule reverenced him like a father. But no sooner was he dead than his sons were at strife. Cities and nations revolted, and all things began to decay. I can show that what I say is true, and first I will speak of their impiety. In the early days, I am aware, the king and those beneath him never failed to keep the oaths they had sworn, and fulfill the promises they had given, even to the worst of criminals. In fact, if such had not been their character and such their reputation, none of the Hellenic generals who marched up with the younger Cyrus could have felt the confidence they did. They would not have trusted a Persian any more than one trusts them today, now that their perfidy is known. As it was, they relied on their old reputation and put themselves in their power, and many were taken up to the king and there beheaded, and many of the Asiatics who served in the same war perished as they did, deluded by one promise or another. In other ways also the Persians have degenerated. Noble achievement in the old days was the avenue to fame. The man was honored who risked his life for the king, or brought a city or nation beneath his sway. But now, if some Mithridates had betrayed his father Ariobarzanes, or some Rheomithres had left his wife and children and the sons of his friend as hostages at the court of Egypt, and then has broken the most solemn of all pledges, it is they and their like who are loaded with the highest honors, if only they are thought to have gained some advantage for the king. With such examples before them, all the Asiatics have turned to injustice and impiety. For what the leaders are, that is a rule, will the men below them be. Thus has lawlessness increased and grown among them. And injustice has grown and thieving. Not only criminals, but men who are absolutely innocent are arrested and forced to pay fines for no reason whatsoever. To be known to have wealth is more dangerous than guilt, so that the rich do not care to have any dealings with the powerful, and dare not even risk appearing at the muster of the royal troops. Therefore, when any man makes war on Persia, whoever he may be, he can roam up and down the country to his heart's content without striking a blow, because they have forgotten the gods and are unjust to their fellow men. In every way their hearts and minds are lower than in days gone by. Nor do they care for their bodies as they did of old. It was always their custom neither to spit nor blow the nose, only it is clear this was instituted not from concern for the humours of the body, but in order to strengthen themselves by toil and sweat. But nowadays, though this habit is still in vogue, to harden the body by exercise has quite gone out of fashion. Again from the first it was their rule only to take a single meal in the day, which left them free to give their time to business and exercise. The single meal is still the rule, but it commences at the earliest hour ever chosen for breakfast, and the eating and drinking goes on till the last moment which the last reveller would choose for bed. It was always forbidden to bring chamber pots into the banquet hall, but the reason lay in their belief that the right way to keep body and brain from weakness was to avoid drinking in excess. But today, though as in the old time no such vessels may be carried in, they drink so deep that they themselves are carried out, too weak to stand on their own legs. It was a national custom from the first not to eat and drink on the march, nor be seen satisfying the wants of nature. But nowadays, though they still abstain, they make each march so short that no man need wonder at their abstinence. In the old time they went out to hunt so often that the chase gave enough exercise and training for man and horse alike. But when the day came that Artaxerxes and all his court were the worse for wine, the old custom of the king leading the hunt in person began to pass away. And if any eager spirits hunted with their own followers, it was easy to see the jealousy and even the hatred aroused by such superiority. It is still the habit to bring up the boys at the palace gates, but fine horsemanship has disappeared, for there is no place where the lads can win applause by their skill. The old belief that the children of Persia would learn justice by hearing the judges decide the cases has been turned upside down. The children have only to use their eyes, and they see that the verdict goes to the man with the longest purse. Children in former times were taught the properties of plants in order to use the wholesome and avoid the harmful, but now they seem to learn it for the mere sake of doing harm. At any rate, there is no country where deaths from poison are so common. And the Persian today is far more luxurious than he was in the time of Cyrus. Then they still clung to the Persian style of education and the Persian self-restraint, merely adopting the Median dress and a certain grace of life. But now the old Persian hardihood may perish for all they care, if only they preserve the softness of the mead. I might give instances of their luxury. They are not content with soft sheets and rugs for their beds. They must have carpets laid under the bedposts to prevent any jarring from the floor. They have given up none of the cooked dishes invented in former days. On the contrary, they are always devising new ones, and condiments to boot. In fact, they keep men for the very purpose. In the winter, it is not enough to have the body covered, and the head and the feet. They must have warm sleeves as well, and gloves for the hands. And in the summer, they are not content with a shade from the tree or the rocks. They must have servants standing beside them with artificial screens. To have an endless array of cups and goblets is their special pride. And if these are come by unjustly, and all the world knows it, why, there is nothing to blush for in that. Injustice has grown too common among them, and ill-gotten gain. Formerly, no Persian was ever to be seen on foot, but the sole object of the custom was to make them perfect horsemen. Now they lay more rugs on their horses' backs than on their own beds. It is not a firm seat they care for, but a soft saddle. As soldiers, we may imagine how they have sunk below the ancient standard. In past times, it was a national institution that the landowner should furnish troopers from his own estate, and men were bound to go on active service, while the garrison troops in the country received regular pay. But now, the Persian grandees have manufactured a new type of cavalry, who earn their pay as butlers and cooks and confectioners and cupbearers and bathmen and flunkies to serve at table or remove the dishes, and serving men to put their lords to bed and help them to rise, and perfumers to anoint them and rub them and make them beautiful. In numbers they make a very splendid show, but they are no use for fighting, as may be seen by what actually takes place. An enemy can move about their country more freely than the inhabitants themselves. It will be remembered that Cyrus put a stop to the old style of fighting at long range, and by arming men and horses with breastplates, and giving each trooper a short spear, he taught them to fight at close quarters. But nowadays they will fight in neither one style nor the other. The infantry still carry the large shields, the battle-axes, and the swords, as if they meant to do battle as they did in Cyrus's day, but they will never close with the enemy, nor do they use the scythe-bearing chariots as Cyrus intended. By the honors he gave, he raised the dignity and improved the quality of his charioteers, till he had a body of men who would charge right into the enemy's ranks. But the generals of today, though they do not even know the charioteers by sight, flatter themselves that untrained men will serve their purpose quite as well as trained. So the charioteers will dash off, but before they reach the enemy, half the men have fallen from their boxes, and the others will jump out of their own accord, and the teams, left without their drivers, will do more harm to their friends than to their foes. And since in their hearts the Persians of today are well aware what their fighting condition really is, they always give up the struggle, and now none of them will take the field at all, without Hellenes to help them, whether they are fighting among themselves or whether Hellenes are in arms against them. Even then it is a settled thing that they must have the aid of other Hellenes to face them. I venture to think I have shown the truth of the statement that I made. I asserted that the Persians of today and their allies are less religious than they were of old, less dutiful to their kindred, less just and righteous towards other men, and less valiant in war. And if any man doubts me, let him examine their actions for himself, and he will find full confirmation of all I say. End of section 41. End of Cyropedia, The Education of Cyrus, by Xenophon, translated by H.G. DAKYNS, 1838 to 1911.